Hold on.
see,
We're
to
gonna check
my
out.
under,
We're
oh,
gonna check out Lil Boom weird ass.
Little boom.
I
Yeah.
think we do need to continue to troll and gaslight the conversation. But go ahead.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, Walmart got this shit bumping right now.
This would go on to be one of the most poorly aged clips in internet history. This was an IG Live that Lil Boom had conducted years before the event we're going to talk about today, which is the rampage he went on at Walmart. If you guys haven't already seen, 1090 Jake has done a really good breakdown of the paperwork and describing the situation, so I won't be diving too much into all of that, unless it's to provide context. All of the stuff today will be new footage. Lil Boom is most famously known now as one of Academic's friends, but that's not really his claim to fame. He had a very popular and viral meme song called F Steph Curry years ago. He had a popular song Already Dead, Sad Nigga Hours, and a couple of others. He was doing his thing in meme rap, but fell off by around 2020. Lil Boom had 2 counts of battery. He decided to plead no contest, which ended up with him being found guilty. He had probation, the psychosexual eval, which he says he didn't do, and couldn't be around minors for a period of time. I don't know how long. He says it's for a year, but he said a lot of stuff that has come out as bold-faced lies. So who are
Yeah, and to give context, I filled you guys in on the situation a little bit, but before the tape came out, everybody was asking like, well, if it was just battery, because he said he just pushed the little girl out of his way. I guess because he thought she's a fan or something. If it was just battery, why do you have no contact with minors? But you know what I'm saying? But he made it like, oh, that's because I put my hands on the little girl.
Maybe they're talking about coal miners.
This all comes out, and when the video footage dropped, I decided to post it. I wasn't first by any stretch of the imagination, but Lil Boom decided to pop in my DMs talking about he slapped a hand, and I'm wild for trying to slander him, when all I said in the post is that he touched kids, which he did, on video. I didn't say in which manner. And then says everybody's against academics and I never posted him before, and I'm not going to leak DMs, but I will give my reply. I said the following: what does this have to do with academics? I have nothing bad to say about him, nor have I ever said anything bad about him. This is a viral post and story, so I did my job. Unbiased. You touched a kid, slapping a hand or however you want to define it is still touching a kid. And the last time I posted you was when you had a huge song. You've just laid low since then. Musically, at least. I've never had an issue with academics. I don't know him personally. And hell, I even made a video talking about a show he did that I went to. So he's tweaking. You should check out that video, by the way. I'm going to play the original footage in question right now.
There we go.
Oh, this is the actual security guard
right
footage.
there. Okay,
Police
pause it.
footage.
Police footage.
Sorry, I just want to write it down so whenever I write my report. He approaches over. What is that? The tomato, potato?
Produce, yeah.
Okay, whatever. Approach the produce stand. Children picking stuff out.
Yeah. At least yesterday, he never touched it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He reaches and grabs younger one. She jumps away. Okay, you can play it. Play.
You can hear them roasting them in the background too. Somebody said something pervert.
Yeah, they
It's my
put this
handwriting,
shit
I can
out,
read it.
but we couldn't see that. We couldn't see what was really going on.
Lingers. Yeah. Follows.
Oh, that's him right there at the bottom.
Then grabs.
He's suing people for slander.
Live stream addressing things.
I don't care. Listen, Reddit, I'm sorry to tell you, nobody gives a fuck, bro. Nobody, bro. I'm still here. Y'all gotta come harder than that, bro. Y'all gotta find me or something, bro, because I ain't going nowhere. No matter what 1090 Jake say, I'm not going anywhere, bro. On God, I'm not.
Which is interesting because he deactivated his Instagram just last night.
I was out the window. If I was out here touching kids, I would have a sex charge by now, bro. I would definitely have a sex charge by now. All right, I don't. My girl would have left me. She didn't. My family would disown me. They didn't. They know me. I don't give a if you niggas don't know me. That's why I don't care.
Which is an argument he felt the need to repeatedly say, which has nothing to do with the evidence. There were 4, quote, alleged victims that day. The first clip I showed you with the body cam is 2 of them. There's another set of footage from a different angle of Boom. Now you tell me what you see.
Yeah, this the video. It's funny as hell because on academics, he said I was there to get what he said I wanted to get my vegetables or something like that, veggies. It's like, nigga, what veggie you talking about? He touched that girl butt. Did you see that?
That nigga's creepy as hell. He probably went straight to the bathroom and whacked off.
Yep.
I don't know if you can say that, but
Got to touch her hand or butt or something. Look. Yep.
he like touched at her hand. He was trying to, I don't know what the fuck he was trying to do.
Hit her butt from the back.
However you look at it,
Okay,
it wasn't
so there's that,
innocent shot.
which is what everyone was arguing about, but what about this? This was in the paperwork. The male then walks away and continues throughout the grocery area, eventually walking to the cosmetic department at approximately 16:53. In this area, there's a Hispanic female, possibly younger, wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, brown sandals, and long dark brown hair. The female is standing, looking at something on display, and the male walks behind her and brushes up very close from behind. The male walks back to her several times without the female noticing. The female then bends down to look at something, possibly on the shelf, and the male pulls out his cell phone and appears to be taking photographs from underneath the female as she is crouched down. The male does this for several moments until another female, an older Hispanic female wearing a gray shirt, knee-length jean skirt, and black sandals, approaches the younger female and moves the cart to behind the female, preventing the male from taking more photographs. So, you just heard all this on the paperwork. Now, this is what Lil Boom had to say about this part.
I was not in the cosmetic department.
Now, you tell me if it looks like he's in the cosmetics department, because he's basically saying this officer lied about what she saw, and to not have Boom lie and say things were edited, I'm gonna drop the full entire clip right here.
Yeah, he definitely said he wasn't in the cosmetic department before the video came out. And it says cosmetics clear as
Right
day.
there on the camera.
Here you go, right there in the black. His phone out. He's bending down. He stands behind
Why
her.
she keep going behind? This nigga's excuse my French. He is a step or two away from being a rapist.
Yeah.
Like he does
And,
not have.
and look, this is the 10-year-old. Look, look at him with the phone. He take a picture up under her ass. He's got that. The lady sees him with the car. He takes another picture. She pushes forward to get him out the way.
But if you have that little self control, like how long before you're trying to grab somebody and drag them somewhere? Like you're in a public area with people all around you and you can't control yourself to that degree. That's not normal.
That's definitely not normal.
Like I don't want to say he shouldn't be like free to walk around children, but What I will say is he should not be free to walk around children. He can't control himself. That's a complete lack of self-control. Even if you had those impulses, right? Like in the fucking Walmart, surrounded by cameras with people all around, you can't stop yourself from taking pictures and rubbing up right against her ass. Like, damn, nigga, like that's a lot.
That's a
That is a
whole.
lot. And you could get killed doing some shit like that.
And we
Like,
only seen 2 of the 4.
not only that, if he got caught this time doing it and he's that comfortable doing it, how many times has he done it?
Yeah.
Like if some girl was away from her father and didn't know what was going on and she was just out shopping and he was meeting back up with her at cosmetics and saw that shit, they'd probably fucked him up good. Or tuned him up good if you want to edit that. But you know what I mean? That's some fucked up shit. I mean, that's some messed up stuff.
What you think, Mr. Fife?
I don't know what he did that was wrong. No, just...
Oh wow.
I see nothing wrong here. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Trolling. Yeah, I mean, there's what? 3, 4, 5 people around. Cameras everywhere. I mean, he looks pretty damn comfortable doing this. So like, if he just got caught doing this 4 times, imagine all the other times. Because they always say with people who are sexually attracted to children that when they get caught, there's more than likely been more victims than the one they've almost got or the one they got caught on. So that's the next question: is how many? And like, I don't know. You can tell what a fucking 10-year-old looks like.
Yeah,
At least I can.
No, before you got on, we were saying that.
So it ain't like you're like, oh well, she looked 18. No. You can tell what a 10-year-old looks like.
Yeah, if she's 10, the most she can look is 14, which is still underage.
Which is a baby, right? Still a baby.
Walking around looking like a fucking idiot in your fucking pajama pants, your stupid sweatshirt, asshole. Taking pictures of little girls. You lucky I ain't there. Layeth the smackdown, as Dwayne the Rock Johnson once said.
I honestly don't know what my reaction would have been. Like
Yeah,
the older woman that pushed the curtain away, had that been me walking around the corner, I might have hit him. I don't know for sure, but that's.
I think I would have raised my voice.
I
would have raised my voice for sure.
See more of this creep.
Yo.
Trying to play it off like he on the phone.
I was just about to say, now
looking
he's
for
looking at
cough
his
syrup.
phone.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if she know that lady.
Probably not.
It's a good lady.
She should have ran his dumb ass over with that card.
Was he still trying to get more pictures, even though that nigga has a problem?
He said it was the drugs. He was in a bad headspace.
I don't think there's drugs that makes you attracted to children. I don't think that's a thing.
That's right. Security. Oh, no, you're not going to get him? Never mind.
And then as I was talking to some guys that know him, and I don't know, trigger warning, but they said he's into some kind of anime where the characters look like little girls they call lollipops.
Yeah, they're lollies. Yeah,
I'm like, what the fuck? I never even heard of that.
I like anime. I know I have friends that have watched hentai even. But if you're a lolly, there's something wrong with you. That's like purposely made to look like children. Like
That's
if you just
But it's a 3,000-year-old witch.
if you
I
just
know a guy who was into that shit. I was
if-
like, you're just weird.
if you Google Lolly, I'm pretty sure someone told me it just comes up with like underage sex warning thing. So
Mhm.
like this dude,
He's
nah.
still there. This
Peop-
whole time.
He's
Wa-
and the funny thing is, I feel like the items that he said that he was looking for when he was at Walmart was some kind of sick pun, because he said he was there for veggies and fish.
dude, just walk off. Why you
Well, he
still
said
there?
he
Walk
wasn't even in
off.
the cosmetic section. This nigga's been in the cosmetic section for 3 minutes of police video footage.
I don't know. I don't think they can recharge him, but because he already pleaded guilty to battery, but seemed like they kind of dropped the ball. And mind you, the only reason why he didn't get a sexual charge is because in Florida the little girl had
She had
on
pants on.
pants instead of a skirt.
That's equally stupid in my opinion.
Yeah.
And he just went right back over
You,
there.
you creepy,
Like, what the fuck?
you creepy ass dude. I'm trying to control myself for language warnings, but
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
creepy mother trucker. Trey, walk off. Walk off. You've already been caught twice now.
Yeah, it's cringy to watch. People talking about, oh, he's into a lot of corn. That's why I'm like, corn don't
No.
make you do this.
No.
Goofy ass.
I
I
told
think that dude is dangerous.
his homies they need to whoop him.
Somebody needs to do something. If he has that little self-control, it's only a matter of time before he hurts somebody.
Now, Boom went on to say that he would have a sex charge if X, Y, and Z. He got off on a technicality and was lucky because they weren't able to get in contact with this girl. It should be noted that the female was wearing jeans, therefore does not meet the requirements for video voyeurism. I was unable to make contact with either females. The male then continues to stand next to the female with his cell phone out for several minutes before leaving the scene at approximately 17:01 hours in the red vehicle. And as you can see, that's a description of what we just watched. But wait, there's more, Billy Mays, because once again in the paperwork it says, the male then walks away, in reference to the two girls from before, and walks through the grocery area and eventually goes back to the produce department. At approximately 16:46 hours, I observed the male approach an unknown black female wearing brown shirt and pants from behind. It appears that the male attempts to touch the female in the butt area, but the female does not react. The female then walks forward a few steps, and the male attempts to touch her again, which is when the female turns around and stares at the male. It should be noted that I have not been able to contact this victim. Roll the tape and let me know if it looks like this racist officer is profiling. Keep your eyes on the top left of the footage. This is where the girl is walking from and where she's followed by Boom. I mean, the poor girl even looks back after the second time. So I guess it's just a 10-year-old girl that just happens to look back and is racist. And I guess also this black girl happens to look back and she's also racist. Wow, crazy. It's funny too because Boom's whole claim is that he went there for some fish. But if we run the paperwork, it says at 1640 is when the incident with the two young girls and family happens. And it says in the paperwork, then he went to the black girl at 1646. So please explain to me how he was able to get this fish that he wants, which is where he said he was going, and supposedly went back to produce to get some vegetables when he's empty-handed in the video with the black girl. That's not happening. What's also funny is he claims that he got his sister a birthday gift and that's why he was in the cosmetics section, but the cosmetics incident is at 1653, which is after the incident with the 2 girls and the black girl, holding nothing in his hand again. Well, except the camera that he's taking photos with.
Well-reputed chat nigga is hitting me saying, yo, Act, there's video footage confirming what the affidavit said of Boom going to the cosmetic part. There's not video of you in the cosmetic section, is there?
Well, I'm not recording because they have my phone. But to say I was in a cosmetics line is not a crime.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and they found no evidence on my phone. They had my phone.
So before he
That's
said
not
he
it.
wasn't in the cosmetics section, and now he was saying that he was, but they had his phone. When the video you guys saw earlier, he's clearly taken video and photo with his phone. Out of all this, Boom was so pressed on not being called a, quote, S-Predator, and is saying that he was going to sue 1090 Jake and Adam 22 for implying that, which is moronic. But let's just look at a couple of qualities that constitute an S-Predator, and you tell me if you believe Boom fits any of the criteria.
Who gets
Number one
corny
is
at
using
Walmart?
manipulative language.
You say
Well,
what,
it
bro?
sounds
Who gets corny at Walmart?
Man, look.
Walmart of all places.
Yeah. I'm trying to
Hey,
get it in and out when I go to Walmart.
it's crazy that he did it in general, but what make it crazier to me is that this guy is a famous rap star. Like, he lit. Like, he's popular. He has no reason to do this. But this the route
He didn't get invited to the island.
yeah, that's what it's Boom Epstein. That's what I'm gonna start calling. I was calling him Boom Kelly. They was calling him his name is Lil Boom. They was calling him Lil Groom. Lil Groom.
That's actually pretty funny. Lil Groom. I like that. That's
Yeah,
fucked up.
he's wild. Mm.
Lil Groom.
Yeah, so fuck this dude. Academic said he need help. He hope he get help, but he can't fuck with him no more.
Do you think it's possible to get help for something like that?
I
Like, just being honest.
I don't. I personally, I thought about it when Academic said it, and I don't. But what he did, so what he did is it's so unforgivable. What I noticed is what he did is so unforgivable. No one wants to use logic. When it comes to essay to a woman or a child, everybody throws logic out the window because it's very triggering. You know, like he said so the next day after this video came out, Academics did a live stream, and that's when he kind of like denounced him and was like, man, I hope he get help. You know, I still love him and blah blah blah. And he cried. Lil Boom actually sent him a message. He was streaming, Lil Boom was streaming too, and ended up, I guess he was watching Academics and sent him a message while he was streaming. And he was saying, man, he was high, and he was like, man, I'm gonna get the help that I need, and blah 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 blah. So I say all that to say this. Maybe you was high and it had you doing some sick, weird shit, but what you did was just so unforgivable. Who gives a fuck? Like, I feel like you so much of a degenerate and a scumbag. You're not even worth me giving a second chance.
See, I do believe in second chance. The
Okay.
problem I have with that is I don't believe there's a drug that makes you attracted to children.
Right.
That's a problem with your brain. Now, the
Mhm.
drugs might have lessened your ability to control yourself.
Mhm.
So that might have been why you were wilding out and taking pictures of children at Walmart or whatever.
Mhm.
But the underlying problem is your sexual attraction. I don't see how that. Where's the fix for that? Where's the fix?
Right.
Like, how do you get better from that? Like, you never take drugs again? You're a druggie. Obviously, you're going to take drugs again. So the next time you grab somebody off the street who's walking by themselves and you do something even worse, people are supposed to say, oh, it was the drugs. It wasn't his fault. Like, no, man, you have a problem. Now, is there a solution? I couldn't tell you, but
No, man. I really, I'm really not the guy to talk to about this kind of shit because I'm one of them. I'm one of them people that get like, if I know you did it for a fact, like I hate you. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
See, I can separate myself enough to like try to logic it. Like I can separate myself enough. And even then, I'm like, you didn't choose this problem that you have, right? That's the part a lot of people don't think about when it comes to being attracted to children. You don't choose who you're attracted to. So, like, the same way we got lucky and we're attracted to who we're attracted to, he was horribly unlucky. He's attracted to children. So now what? Like, there's no fix for it. So what do you
Chastity
do?
belt.
Well, the problem is, even if you say you castrated him, that's not going to fix it.
No,
Now
that,
he's going to probably become some kind of psycho murderer because he can't even, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there is no fixing it.
should I be like the generic crazy white dude? Just hang him. But I don't think there is a fix for it. I mean, unless hypnosis works, but I don't think it does.
You got to separate him from society.
Put them on their own island.
That sounds a lot like
Oh, no. I
a
just
a
gotta.
concentration camp.
It does. We do not mean that. We do not mean that. We do not support concentration camps.
Welcome back.
Hey, Savius.
Yo, what's up?
Bye.
All I
Right.
heard was hang him, fight. You got something to say or whatever?
Oh, that's bogus. It just dawned on me what you were saying. That's actually pretty
Nah, I'm just fucking with Mike. But
Yeah.
that's a hard thing to swallow, man. I mean, me considering myself, I'm a father. I have a daughter that's just about 10 years old. I I don't really have any like remorse or forgiveness for somebody that's running around taking pictures for children. I don't really see an excuse for it. Now, maybe because, like I said, maybe because I'm a father. But even if I wasn't a father, I still don't see an excuse. I mean, I don't see how you can look at a child and be attracted to a child. I mean, I think there's definitely some mental issues there going on. And, as far as getting it fixed or getting help, I think there's some really good help, but it might not be something that I can mention on this podcast. I know some real help for you, but yeah, I don't think this help is,
Not
positive
socially
enough for me
acceptable help.
yeah, socially acceptable. Exactly.
Not socially acceptable
Yeah.
He need that Charlie Murphy help where we all whoop his ass.
help.
Yeah, it
Dragging
goes
his
a little
leg
bit
across the
beyond
carpet.
that.
What I'm do by my leg?
Well, the problem is, like I said, I can put you in different shoes. Say you go to sleep and you wake up and you're in a different reality where being attracted to women is now like some unforgivable sin. If somebody beats your ass, are you gonna stop being attracted to women? Like, no.
About to kill me.
Like, that's what I'm saying. What's the fix for that? Like, that's the mentality I'm going in with it. It's like,
I've watched a lot of crime shows and I've literally seen child SAers asked to be put down because they know
well,
they're
yeah.
not.
You knew
And
who
I
can
will
help us?
happily oblige.
The only person in this realm that can help us is Chris Hansen.
Oh my god.
I likes it and I want to. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours.
I'm a warrior, Chris.
I think Florida should change that law. Like if you take because and then with this being so viral, a predator can be like, oh, okay, so I can just do voyeurism when they got jeans on, you know. Somebody said something. I don't know if they was cracking a joke or serious, but they said that they believe that he's selling pictures on the dark web. I was like, he
Could
might be.
be. That's possible.
It's probably like a genre where dudes and women just like kids in jeans or some
You can
silly.
probably find all kinds of shit on there. I would not. I wouldn't even venture a guess as to what type of shit people are into on there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to go down that rabbit hole, but I don't know, man. Maybe the Fed's going through his shit. And I just noticed, I just peeped that they said they wasn't able to get up with the little girl, so he ain't been charged with that.
Well, I mean,
That's a
imagine.
10-year-old girl, though. I mean,
Right.
you don't really
It's-
want to have your 10-year-old child in the public eye of being, this guy is running around taking pictures of her. She's a 10-year-old child.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's Walmart. Also, she might. Well, some of the girls like knew of some creepy dude doing creepy shit, but that type of stuff probably happens often. They probably just walk away most of the time. They don't report it. So they probably just went on with their life like another weird ass creepy dude.
Yeah, I said if they probably find the little girl, I take that back. I did know they didn't find her because I said if they do find her, who would want to put their daughter on trial and all of that other stuff if they can avoid it? She probably forgot it ever happened.
Yeah.
Ooh, well,
Scandalous recipe. I think Sabia's like, shit, we
Oh
going.
no.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't. I think I would just blank out. I wouldn't know what the fuck I would do. I would blank out, and if once I return to consciousness and they're like, "Hey, you just killed this dude," taking pictures of your daughter, I'm like, "Hey, I mean, it is what it is. Motherfucker should have been taking pictures of my daughter."
Yeah.
Well, you remember that video of that guy who I think it was one of the coaches was like messing with his kid, and he was going to jail. Like they were taking him like past these phone booths, taking him to jail, and the father was at the phone booth waiting. And as they walked by, he just stepped out and ended it, like right
Oh,
in
the
front of
karate
everybody.
kid, though, the karate student or
Yep.
something. Yeah,
And
I
they were
think
like,
Coach
"Why'd
will
you
put
do
us on
this?
that one.
Why'd you do this?" And he was like, "Zero remorse. He had it coming." I'm like,
And
I
that
agree.
was I want to say that was a teenager, the one Curtis we're talking about, right? That was a boy
The
and a
video I showed
teenager.
you, the guy waited at the airport.
But
Mhm.
yeah,
It was the airport. Yeah.
it was a teenager, Cole.
No.
Oh, it wasn't. Okay. Well, that matter doesn't really matter here or there. The fact is, it is my child, and you're exploiting my child in a way that is such. I mean, I probably get we are banned in the USA. I have my gripes about even some celebrities and people who are held in high regard for messing around and essaying or assaulting little kids. I mean, we got some people nowadays, or people that passed away who are in these big movie franchises that mess with 15 and 16-year-olds. All I'm saying is now, because they may have passed away in the incident or anything, they don't. It's like people don't even look at that. But from my view, if you're 30 and you're messing with a 16-year-old, there's a problem there. They should not be trying to promote you, trying to say you're a good, positive person when you're doing crap like that.
What do we do to what? What can you do to because like the characters are saying it's not their fault. So what can you do?
as
Gotta
far as
separate them from the population. That's the only actual solution that I can come to is either execution or separation. That's it. Because as long
so
as they're in the general population, there's a chance they're gonna harm somebody.
so he's in Florida. In Florida, they if you end up on probation or parole for activities with children, they chemically castrate you. They give you a shot every month where your private parts don't work. Um, every time you see your parole officer, they hit you with the injection. And Florida, also when I was talking to his people, I was well, they not his people no more. I was like, because he's in Florida, I said they have a town too where all pedos stay, because they can't get residency anywhere else. So it's a trailer park. Like some guy came up with a bright idea, like, "Hey man, that's a market. They can't live nowhere." So he moved them. It's like on the outskirts, and there's nothing but pedos that stay there. Yeah. How I heard about that is, I think it's like 3 years ago. Some guy got arrested because he was talking about going through there with an AK. I was like, damn. Yeah.
Glad you finished. I was about to make a joke when you was like, "How I heard about that?" I was like, "Oh, I know. You just happened to beat the case."
So if like I said, man, they should have it where New Orleans is a capital punishment to do anything like that with a child.
Yeah,
Well, not like that, but you know what I'm
I
talking
know.
about.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I think it should be capital punishment. If you got evidence and it's clear cut, we don't need him here or her. We
Or
also
her.
talked about that too when I was in
Yeah.
that when I was in that Discord. I talked about that with they call it the chat niggas. I love the way the women chimed in and was agreeing with what I was saying. A lot of women predators get looked over
Yeah.
major. Like it was probably like 300 guys in the room. It was probably like 20 women. They was asking how many of us had our first time with an older woman. It was majority of us.
Especially in schools and stuff like that. A lot
Yep.
of those teachers like mess with the kids.
Yes, the rest of the woman yesterday, the teacher.
Yeah.
She had the students looking out while her and the student was getting down. Yeah.
So, what's everyone's opinion on a woman doing it to a younger male child?
Exactly the same.
That's the exact same to me.
Yeah.
It ain't no pimp shit. It ain't no player. You're a boss and all of that. It's the same thing. What's good for
Same
the goose
thing.
is good for the gander.
But there is a couple teachers I would have. I mean, I think we all can say that.
Well, I was about to say,
But
like,
then
as the child, like if when I was a younger boy, well, I guess maybe girls think the same thing. I don't
I
fucking
was just
know.
about to say girls fantasize.
Yeah, that just dawned on me as I was saying it.
That
Like,
don't
wait,
mean that
no.
you act on it. Like, yeah, like
Yeah.
I had a couple of teachers that I was looking at a certain way as I was coming to sexual maturity.
When you were a boy, Curtis.
But
Did you have
for
hair
them
then?
to act on it with me, man, that'd have been predatory as hell, you know?
Yeah. I think all kids have the right, the God-given right or the inborn right to develop normally through normal channels with people their own age.
Yeah.
Right up until they hit 18 and then they're fair game. No, I'm just like
I feel like women doing it to young men gets easily looked over.
oh, all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way society has it. It's like men congratulate young boys for, you know, in I guess sexually appealing to these older women, whereas, it's reverse for, girls and older men. Now I will say though, that may be the prime history in the US, but if you look at some other cultures, across the globe, that does seem to kind of contradict some of the other cultures where, an older man can marry a younger woman, we'll say, with no repercussions or anything.
Yeah,
So is it,
somebody was talking about how the age of consent is different for different states. I think it's 17 in Florida, but it's like because they basically was asking like you wouldn't sleep. I think one of them was like, "Would you sleep with a 16-year-old?" And I'm like, "No." They was like 17. I'm like, "No." And then they started talking about the age of consent in two different states where the age of consent is that age. And the example, and I told them no because I said that reminds me a lot of a Dave Chappelle joke. And they're like, "What you mean?" I said Dave Chappelle tells this joke where he says, "You know what minimum wage mean? That mean I would have paid your ass less, but it's illegal to do it." So fucking with somebody that's 17 to me at my age means I would go lower, but it's illegal to do it.
Mm.
So it's a fuck no for me. I'm not attracted to little girls. They ain't got nothing that I won't like. They ain't gonna know how to wipe themselves properly. They don't have the conversation that I want. They don't. I've never looked at a little girl and said, "Oh my god, I wish she was 18." You know what I'm saying?
Man,
That's
Yeah.
that's all of that shit is just not in me. They don't do it for me. Hell, it's a lot of women who don't do it for me. Shit.
my cutoff age is 21. Youngest I'll go.
I think it changes for men, depending on what kind of man you are. You know what I'm saying? Like it may go up for you.
yeah, even 21, I'm kind of skeptical. Like, what are you doing at 21? Like, I get, like you said, that's the legal age, but
They
I'm
dumb
also
as hell.
24.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Don't get me
well,
wrong.
yeah,
Them 50-year-old mommies do it best, but
yeah. Yeah, but
It's never seen, but if you dated a 50-year-old woman, that's not. It doesn't get seen to be like predatory to society because society has people have weird minds to me. But a 50-year-old man is different. And when I was talking about it with the group, they were saying because this one guy said because if a man's older, he's manipulating her and doing shit like that. He had this long list. Like if a man dates a younger woman, like it's like he's got horns poking out of his head, his fucking eyes are red, and all this other
looks
shit.
like Paradise.
Oh wow. And I was so happy when a woman chimed in and was like, "That's the exact same thing for a fucking woman. What's the difference?
Yeah.
A softer voice is still manipulation." You know what I'm saying? I don't know. And then I
so
also pointed out when D. Ray Davis was telling Vlad how when he was a minor, two 30-year-old women had a threesome with him, and Vlad laughed. And I said, and he regretted it later. He apologized, and I think he was sincere. But it's so funny. Like it's not the same with men. Like nobody looks as a male as a victim.
Hold on, you said he was 30?
No,
No,
two
he was
30-year-olds.
14. The women were 30.
Oh, he was 14. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and
so
yeah, and Vlad just immediately laughed, and I was like, man, this man telling you about how he was like sexually
That's
abused.
eight.
It's funny,
Yeah.
yeah. And it's funny, and that's natural response for people. Like if your son come in the house and he say he slept with a 24-year-old woman and he 15, most men would give him 5. But if your daughter come in and say that,
You want to kill somebody.
you want to kill a man. So that
can you
shit needs to be
guys
taken serious, man. For real.
It's
can you
traumatizing either way.
Yeah. So, yeah, it was too much
But
action in John Wick 4 too.
I like John Wick 4.
It was
I,
a
I
lot of
but it was just too much action for me. See, this is the I had a teacher to use this for example. She was like, "It's two types of people in life." I mean, it was a silly analogy, but I got it. She was like, "It's people who get a sandwich and bite right into it, and there's people who eat around the crust, and then when they bite into the middle, it tastes that much more better." You know what I mean? And it's I like let's use for example House of Dragons. It was some bullshit going on in there, but it was like they were kind of edging you with the bullshit. Like you thought something was gonna happen, something did happen, but not exactly like how you thought. And then you get up to the spoiler alert, you get into the scene where um I forget his name, one of the little princes is antagonizing his family member. They riding the dragons and they were, and fucking around in the sky, and he's running away from them and shit. And then the dragons go rogue, and one blows fire on the other one, right? And then the little dragon, because it's smaller, it's faster, it gets away. It's dark clouds, right? And the dark clouds was supposed to like simulate the moment. And then he goes into the sunny sky. And then all of a sudden, this big ass fucking dragon mouth comes and chops his ass. I like shit like that. I like for people. What's his name? R. George.
George
I
R. R.
look.
Martin.
I'll never forget what he said when he wrote I killed the whole cast of the first few seasons because I didn't want you to get comfortable with me.
Yeah.
That's the same thing I like about him, and I like about Quentin Tarantino has that real good. Quentin Tarantino took me out of that mind frame when it comes to movies where if I turn on a movie and Brad Pitt is hanging off the cliff, it's not exciting for me. It's Brad Pitt. I know he's not gonna die. You didn't put Brad Pitt in the movie for him to die. Quentin Tarantino will. He would blow
Yeah.
his fucking head off like he was nobody. You
Right
know
in the
what I'm
beginning too.
saying? So, and I like that kind of shit. I don't want to be comfortable, and that's what got us in the. Well, I feel like that's what got a lot of people in Game of Thrones because when he killed those people, you like, well, what do I do now? Who do I like? Where do I go from here? And
Yeah,
you
when
watch every week to see if your favorite character
when
died.
he beheaded Ned Stark, that shit rocked me. I didn't see that coming at all. I'm like, oh, Game of Thrones, what's this all about? Because I was watching it as it first came out. I was like, I heard it was good. I was watching it. I'm like, oh, this is pretty good. And they gave him the chop. I was like, they just built him up to be the hero. What the fuck is happening?
What do I do from here? Like that's how
Right.
I feel.
And then it actually just got progressively worse. It was like, oh, okay, so all the people you think are like the villains and the bad guys, they're winning, and all the people that seem like they're the good guys, they die, and then they switch it where, oh, also the bad guys die and the good guys sometimes live too. It's like, well, shit. It's good stuff. That's good writing. It's good writing.
I stayed in with Game of Thrones for two reasons. Other than me wanting to see Joffrey die and Ramsay, I wanted to see if they was, and I'm still watching this show because of this. I want to see them show. I want to see the Mad King. I want to see the Mad King. I seen concept art of him. Um, from the people who made the show themselves. He looked like a warrior. I like dragons, and lead me to the second reason. I like dragons. You know what I mean? So,
I
other
like a
than
compelling story. That's what pissed me off so much about the last few seasons. Because like there were so many moving parts and so many avenues they could have went down that I wanted to see how it all played out.
Mhm.
And then they just cobbled together some bullshit. I was like, man, fuck Game of
I
Thrones. How
had,
dare you?
I had a good theory, man. I had to go to the hospital because this was around the time my baby was about to be born, and I'm in the front talking to the fucking nurses and the staff about my theory of is it Tyrion, the dwarf?
Tyrion. Mhm.
Tyrion. I had a theory that he was the part of the three-headed dragon out there, and they was like, "Well, how do you figure that?" And I'm like, if you think about it, the three-headed dragon, the prophecy, is supposed to be three heads. Jon Snow, Daenerys, who was the third. He touched it. He touched the dragon. The dragon didn't bite his head off. He leaned in and let him touch him. His father always said he was no son of mine. Remember? And it was said that she fell in love with one of the Targaryens.
There was a
So,
lot of backbiting. It could have been.
I
Like
mean, I
she
just
could have
felt like
easily stepped out. Yeah.
they should have went through. They should have followed that up. And even I think it was the end of one of those seasons. Remember, he was standing at the door when Jean and Daenerys was about to make love. I think they showed like the pendant or something. They was talking about the 3-headed dragon. They showed those 3. So I thought that he was gonna be part of the 3-headed dragon. They never did.
There were
reveal.
so many threads they never finished. Like the what was it, faceless ones with what was the little girl star? I forgot her name.
Oh yeah, one of many or something like that.
Yeah, like the nameless ones,
Many
faceless
face,
ones.
No one.
many face God. Yeah, I'm no one.
Yeah, like I wanted all the information about them. They just dropped that. There was like weird symbolism on the wall in the north, like with the weird pictograms made of like bones and blood and shit. I wanted to know more about that. The first people, I wanted to know more about that.
That's interesting that you said that. You could do a whole show about those many face people.
There was so much they could have did, and then they just was like, let's just cobble all of it together, make a war that made no sense.
No sense.
Everybody's like the way they filmed the war, most of the main characters should have died. They had, what was the bigger guy who had the dagger?
Yeah.
I'm like, he couldn't fight. Why is he surrounded by things and not being devoured? Like, what's happening here? Like, and then it wasn't just him, it was like most of the cast. I'm like, all of them should be dead right now. What's happening? It was so bad. So bad.
Then the what were they called? Night Walkers, they got fucking they had woolly mammoths, they had the giant wildlings. They had a lot going for them. They had a fucking dragon. I said I got to do the commentary on that dragon still. Me and one of my homies was laughing our ass off when we was looking at that shit. Let me see.
When he down the wall.
Oh shit! Hold on. Game of Thrones. Let's see.
Dead dragon.
Night King. Night King kills dragon.
Oh, he took him out. Yeah,
that shit was so
epic.
When we did, it was sad at first, but when we started doing the commentary in the house, when we watched it over, because we wanted to watch it over, it was funny at the time. Because I was like, when the Night King seen that motherfucker, he was
just
looking
calmly went and got it too. Like,
he was looking like that
buddy.
motherfucker raw as hell. Get my staff, get my spear. Like, that shit was just wild as hell, bro.
All right, Cobra, do the commentary for the Night King.
Shit, I had to take it to the beginning. I would take it.
It shall be mine.
Oh, who is that? Hold on, who is that? Daenerys riding the dragon? Man, this was a sad ass part too, bro.
That was one of, like, you never would have thought that could happen.
Yeah.
Like, they're dragons. They're the kings of the world. Except they're not. Except they're not.
Yeah. I mean, you know how it go if it bleeds. If it bleeds, you can kill it. Look at them. They was torching their ass.
Yeah.
They was torching shit. I love them dragons. This is what kept me engaged with Game of Thrones, watching this shit. You know what I'm saying? Look at Sabis. He's smiling, just looking at him like a proud father, man. Dragons are fucking dope. Who don't want a dragon? Look at that. Imagine if that dragon was like your son, a pet or something. They just come in doing all that. You'd be smiling like baby is like excellent.
Watching the show, you got to see it happen too. You got to see them grow up. Because they hatched. They hatched in the early seasons. Yeah.
I like how they made you understand how much they was worth. Because I was wondering at the beginning. Dude traded a whole fucking kingdom to have one.
Yeah.
That's how important they were.
And all it cost the Night King was a javelin. All it cost him was a javelin.
Into that bag like, that bitch raw as hell. Let me go get this spear fight. And then he do like a Heisman move, if I remember correctly, like measuring how he could hit that motherfucker. Like, that shit crazy.
Through the fire, like the dragon fire.
His homies probably told him like, that bitch got a dragon. He like, she got a go get my spear. We got a dragon.
Right.
Watch this. Look at him. He stepped out to do this himself. Look at him measuring. Look at it. He snapped. Bitch, give me this motherfucker. Boom. And he hit it good too. Look at it. They crying, the other dragons.
I just
That
like the
hurt her
look.
heart. She said she was the
Right.
mother of them.
It's
Mm.
just gushing blood. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Like there's
right.
one, and then there were two.
And then there were two. That thing
Like,
is dead.
give me another spirit.
I would have too. Like, I'm surprised he wasn't like, how many of them we got? Let's get them
Oh,
other
get
two.
another spear?
Let's get them other two up out them.
Well, you know what? I guess he wouldn't need to because his dragon was raw as hell. That dragon was so you saw how okay, I don't know if you guys remember,
Pull
but
up
if
the video where the
they was blowing fire, right?
Mhm.
If you saw how they was blowing fire, look at the way they blow fire, the way you remember it. And look at this dragon's fire. It's blue, but his fire seemed more powerful to me. You know what I'm saying?
Blue flame's supposed to be hotter than the regular flames anyway.
Yeah.
That's why they did the blue flames, I think. So I think that was the symbolism to show that fire was stronger than the regular fire.
His shit was strong, bro. Look, and he's dead, so he don't have to gas for air like the other dragons do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Probably
He
don't
could
get tired.
I was about to say he could just keep blowing. Pause. Look at him. They put holes in his wings and everything.
Yeah, I think that was
He's flying with the power of necromancy now. He doesn't need the wind.
Yeah. Look at that. He was when I never forget when I first seen this. He was tearing that damn wall up when he stayed in the middle and just kept flapping. He was snapping out. Look at that. He going crazy. And he assisted on riding it himself.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would.
Like,
I'd have looked at the other guys like, you think I killed that for you?
Right.
Look at it. It's just going.
It's like I'm the real king of the north.
He is just going. He just tearing that. How old they say that wall was? 20,000 years old or some crazy shit? This the part I'm talking about. That I'll never forget that part. He just going, flapping his wings, tearing that shit up. That's wild. I almost feel like he playing this. Y'all think he playing this?
Like he knew he would get a dragon?
He knew that he needed one of those dragons to bring down that wall.
I think if the dragon didn't come, they would have just went over the wall. But I think that was just an excellent source of power that she
now
gifted
that we here, give me that motherfucker.
Right.
I love this part. This is the part that stick out in my head when I first seen it. I'm like, he just stand there and he just steady hitting it with fire in one spot.
Down the spot. He's like, I'm bringing down the whole.
You could see the light of the fire coming through the other side. That's dope.
Yeah. He's going crazy, bro. He went crazy. And you see all of this and you just think like, we better hold on to our seats because it ain't going to get nothing but better. And we were wrong.
Yep. Exactly. Pull up where the ships killed the dragon.
Yeah, that was stupid. Yeah, that was just a letdown.
Now we went from these two saying.
Oh shit.
All right, quick question. You can't take none of the powers, none of the characters from either world. Which world would you choose, or which army would you choose to fight? The Night King's army or the Attack on Titan army?
Whoa, wait a minute. You can't do what can't you not do?
You can't take none of their powers, and you can't bring like any of the characters from either show. So it's which army would you rather have to fight? The Night King and his army, or the army from like Attack on Titan?
That's hard right there.
I got a important distinction to make. Are we talking in the army from Attack on Titan before Eren opened the walls or after? Those are very different. Those are very different.
Well, you talking about well, let's see. I guess I guess after Aaron.
I'm about to say.
Oh hell no! Then the Night King. Hell no! They walked on the world and killed everything. No thanks. No, I'm good, man.
Oh, no.
At least the Night King, I could probably run.
I was about to say, at least they were getting sleep with the night.
Yeah, I'm like, I could run from Night King. You getting stepped on and burned to death in Attack on Titan. There's no escape from that.
I think it's rough. I still think it's like asking, what would you rather fight? The Resident Evil zombies or The Last of Us?
No, Last of Us for sure.
The zombies, or are we talking about the other things? If we just shooting zombies, I'm shooting.
When I say zombies from any one of those worlds, I'm talking everything that come with them. I'm talking Resident Evil. I'm talking hundreds.
Alligators.
I'm talking.
Birds.
I'm talking yawn. I'm talking the shark. I'm talking about the tyrants.
Yeah.
This is about Mr. X. I'm talking about Last of Us. I'm talking clickers.
When it's all that, then yeah, I'm choosing the clickers. I'm choosing
Last of Us. The reason I choose Last of Us is because
you want to fight the Last of Us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Overall,
you can use sound to distract them.
Mm-hmm.
So you can just have carry some cans, and if they start coming toward you, show them and hope for the best. In Resident Evil, you just get eaten.
But Sabius played Resident Evil Nemesis, and I jumped every time he came through the wall. And I was like 15 then. Imagine how I'll be if he actually came through my wall.
That's why I don't want no part. I don't want no smoke. I don't want nothing to do with Resident Evil.
As fuck. You just standing outside and you see a fucking helicopter flying, and then a capsule fucking gets unleashed from it, and it's like, oh, where's that going? You know what was another scary point for me? Resident Evil 2, it might not have been scary for y'all, but Mr. X, when he fucking lifted that helicopter up, oh, that was scary, bro. That was scary.
If you think about Resident Evil, the reason Resident Evil to me is so terrible is because it seems like any type of life could get infected.
Mm.
So you're talking, except maybe insects, because they never showed insects. But you're talking mice. Oh, then you're definitely getting infected and getting killed. Mosquitoes? That's a wrap. That's a wrap. Bees?
Had kind of bugs. They had plants. Plants get infected. Come on.
Well, it wasn't all plants.
But they had plants. You can't go in the woods and even say, I'm cool here.
I'm safe. No.
Yeah.
No, I ain't no safe. But I'm saying, like, Resident Evil, at the very best case scenario, you got mice, you got dogs, you got cats, you got rabbits, you got squirrels.
Elephant.
Well, I'm just saying, even the things around you every day, you getting got. You getting got. You getting got. Just don't get away from it. At least in The Last of Us.
Especially if you play like Resident Evil Outbreak, yeah, they had all of those. They affected like a zoo, so all the zoo animals became undead and was infected with the tyrant. So they had tyrant, they had tigers. So you said the elephant, they had a zombie elephant. Leeches were infected. They had a person that could basically turn into leeches.
They had a salamander I think what is that, 7? It's a big ass salamander. Are you in the boat? Which one was that when you were in the boat and they had the big ass salamander?
Oh, that's Resident Evil 4.
Is it?
Actually, I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was a salamander or what, but it was Resident Evil 4. Yeah.
It was a salamander. That was a salamander. Yeah. See, look.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a salamander. That's an amphibian. Those things are like, they get like topped out at 6 inches.
Well, I will say you can escape from Last of Us zombies. You cannot escape from Resident Evil. They'll be everywhere. You get on a boat, you're still fucked. Like
That was my
there
thing.
is no
He's in
getting
a boat
away.
now.
Case in point, the
Who gets
video
on the
behind
boat
it.
and think like, well, let's be careful. It could possibly be a big ass salamander in the water.
The only problem with that is he saw it attack right before. I'm playing the remake in VR, so I just passed that stage in VR, and I was like, but even in the original Resident Evil 4, I was
You
like,
think
he
saw
saw it before. He
He
saw
knew
it
there
before
was
he got in
something
the
in the
boat.
water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he saw the salamander before before he even got in the boat.
There was nowhere to go though. He didn't have a choice.
I mean, what you gonna do? Just stay there? Like, yeah. Eventually, I'm gonna have to confront this Godzilla ass fucking water creature. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Fuck
not where you
Resident,
want to be, boys. That's not where you want to be.
fuck Resident Evil.
Y'all
And
need
then
you need to play this
we
in
didn't even cover
VR.
an important part. We named a
What?
lot of shit. Guess who we didn't name?
Hmm.
Humans. You got
Well,
what?
see, well, yeah, but that's different. Because I was gonna say with The Last of Us, the bigger threat. I mean, the clickers were dangerous and everything, but they survived most of the population intact if they weren't infected. Like the biggest threat in The Last of Us was actually other humans.
The Fireflies.
Well, just humans in general, because they're the ones like cause all the trouble. Like, what's the main guy in the first one? Joel. Like, he became like a hunter and drifter and killed other humans. It wasn't, and then found, which you know, he found his sense of purpose after he met the girl Ellie, and became more like a father figure. But like, if it wasn't for her, like he was part of the bigger threat to other humans. I mean, just other humans in general.
Is it true we gotta wait till 2025 for The Last of Us and House of Dragons to come out?
Probably.
Yeah, I'm not too thrilled about the Last of Us new season.
Why?
I already know we already know what's going to happen from the game,
Oh, yeah.
but well,
Yeah. Hey, this is it, right?
House of Dragons. House of Dragons. Yeah,
Some
I'm
dragons
looking for
are
the House of
always
Dragons.
hell. The House of
Yeah.
Dragons are bigger than these little things, yeah, but these are still big, beautiful creatures.
They were still growing.
I was just about to say, and to be fair, they were still growing. It's not like when he came to save her. He was big as hell when he came to save her. From that like Coliseum fight. Oof.
Oh, they didn't show it though.
No, that's when they killed the second one.
Right, but they didn't show like the whole lead up to it. It was like rickety boats. It was rickety boats. And then it was like crossbows on the boats that they had never used before because they had never fought dragons.
Woof.
And then they like two shot at that dragon from that far away. I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I was so mad.
No, they didn't show the boats until after they killed them.
I thought they showed them leading up to it. They showed them.
They showed them getting on the boats in another scene, and then in this scene, she was riding. They did it right. She was riding, and all of a sudden, he got hit twice.
Like I said, they didn't really lead up to that. It was just
Yeah.
It was more shock value.
He remember the part when they were getting on the boat.
Because
and they fucked him up. And then nobody even got him. He just at the bottom of the sea.
Well, Night King was dead at that point, so who else was gonna get him?
They play with that girl a lot, man.
Oh, like they got a crossbow on a boat. They ain't never used. It's manually aimed. The fuck out of here. I was so mad.
That was almost as disappointing to me as the Golden Army, who they hyped up like the whole season, like the Golden Army was supposed to be like this.
I
this
was
refresh
so mad.
threat.
I thought this army was gonna be raw as fuck. I was pissed off when I saw the Golden Army, bro.
I don't even remember the Golden Army.
What you say?
Because they didn't last, right?
I don't remember.
Bro, they hyped it up all through the fucking show. They were supposed to have elephants and all this shit. I knew it was gonna be some bullshit when he said he ain't had elephants. I'm like, here we go. You ain't got the elephants. This is about to be bullshit. Y'all promised that.
So they was at the door and they died.
That was weak.
Yeah.
Weak. I forgot. Thanks a lot for reminding me of that bullshit. I forgot how disappointed. I was like, that's the Golden Army? And see, them people, if I came up to them, if I came up to the people who produced this shit and I said, hey, you should have me and the guys from Metaphor band in the USA, you should let us counsel y'all. And they were like, what experience do you guys have? And then I'll say, what fucking experience do you fucking have? I could have made it better than that bullshit and then they're not gonna like me. That was bullshit, bro. They could have made that Golden Army rawer than that, bro. That Golden Army was nothing. The Wildlings was better than that Golden Army. This is an army funded by the bank carriers. This is the bank's personal army. This is where all of their gold and riches mustered up to have. Was that look? Let's go to this shit.
We don't even really have to show it. I guess it wasn't long. It was only like what 10 seconds.
Yeah.
If that.
The Golden Company.
Yeah. Yeah, they were out the date. They were out the gate.
Yeah, they weren't on shit. That shit
And
was
then,
we are getting copyrighted. We watched a whole bunch of shit.
Man, that was another story arc that I thought was shit.
What?
Jamie Lannister. Like, I hear his whole redemption arc and everything, and they was like, nope, he defected. He went right back to who he was before and died like a simp. I was like,
yeah. What did you guys think about the mountain death and how?
honestly, I mean, that was probably the better of the fights, but to me, like, the whole season was left such a sour taste in my mouth that even the Hound and the Mountain it didn't pick it up enough for me.
This is a Jamie Lannister knockoff. Look at this. Is he supposed to be handsome or some shit? Like, why is he looking like that? He's not a fucking warrior.
He's like, I'm a general. I am.
Yeah, they got him on a horse. Like, the fuck? This is a
I'm
Speed
on
Stick
a horse.
commercial? Like, what the Old Spice commercial? He don't even
Look
got
what
no
you gonna
scars
do.
on his face. He don't look dangerous.
He's like, what y'all want to do? Y'all come here at our front step. You think you and your army is gonna do anything to us?
When is
What's
his
that
spinoff
sound?
show supposed to hit?
Where's the dragon?
Jon
What's that
Snow got his
sound?
own show.
Why y'all looking so calm? I hear something. It's behind us. Oh my gosh!
And that's the end of the
And
Golden.
that's the end.
yeah, no wonder I forgot that.
They hyped them up through the whole show, and this will happen.
Yep. Because remember that whole prelude to them with the Night King, they was like, yeah, with Cersei lying and betraying them, like they're gonna be ready once the Night King finish off whoever's left, and whoever's left wouldn't go be an army left to go fight the Golden Army. Didn't even need the army, just needed one dragon. One dragon's all. He should have just played dead. I'd just stayed there.
They trampled you in them forests.
I'd have been trampled, but I wouldn't have got killed like that.
Yeah, you know they're gonna help him out a little bit.
Did you think he was gonna escape?
That was fucked up.
Yeah. I thought we were supposed to be talking about games anyway. That game.
Come on, games.
Why was a Game Boy?
I'll make it up to you, son.
So what's this video about?
If Texas can actually succeed from the United States, or I guess from the Union, as the video calls it, that was kind of interesting. I don't even know if it can be done. I figured I'd get your guys' input on it and what you guys think.
Well, I haven't watched this video, but I currently reside in the Lone Star State. So, the bit that I know about it is, I believe at some certain point when Texas, I guess, fought for their independence from Mexico, they went like maybe like 9 or 10 years or something like that, where they were pretty much an independent country, so to say, because they wasn't really part of the U.S. and they were independent from Mexico. So, and Texas is one of the few states in the U.S. that doesn't rely on a lot of like the government like funds and a lot of government like financial stuff. So Texas kind of exists on its own merit. Like it gets its own oil and gas, and which is one of the big things about Texas, oil and gas. It does a lot of produce on its own because it's barbecue and food. They're next to the Gulf, so they got a lot of import and export. So Texas can pretty much survive on its own, at least, I guess verbally, and it has done so in some sense. So there's a lot of people who feel that Texas should go back to being independent and not exist within or feel part of the U.S. in its entirety. But is it likely to happen? I'm gonna say no. It's probably not likely to happen. But you still know a lot of people. I know there's people signing little petitions and everything that Texas is a very red state, so they don't like Biden or any Democratic in office for one. And one of the things is they trying to, like I said, start these petitions and stuff to ask Texans to go back to being independent.
So, Father, you live in Texas. How do you feel about it? Would you rather them be part of the United States?
I think it's crazy because if Texas went independent, like the one thing I think Texas needs is its own military. Like Texas doesn't have its own military. We got a lot of guns. It's Texas, so
Right.
it'll be like what you call that, a militia? When it's
Militia,
just
yeah.
One big militia. Yeah.
yeah. But it doesn't have its own military. So I think to be a country of real substantial value, I think you need a military. You need to have a whole like functioning, I guess, what, 3 branches of power. So
Yeah, because if they ain't got no military, then America could just come over and spank that ass and take it back.
Why would America let them do it in the first place? I'd be like, oh, you want out? Too bad.
Yeah,
The fuck?
it sounds kind of nuts. I mean,
The answer is no. Keep giving me money.
it sounds good though. Like they got their own resources. They got everything but a military. You know what I mean? So you don't
The
have
problem
nobody
is-
to protect all of that.
The other problem is like where it's located, America would be very stupid to give up that territory. So that's another access from the southern border for any foreign power that made allies with Texas. Like, fuck that. Why would I ever allow it? Never happen. Like strategically, if I were America, like if America was a person and I was America,
Right.
I'd never give up Texas. Never.
Yeah.
Never happened.
I mean, that was the whole thing with the Cold War between Russia and America and Cuba, because Cuba is so close to America that they were like, nah, you can't have Cuba, and Russia like, nah, it's us, man. We can put whatever we want to put over there. What y'all gonna do about it? Cuba is our ally, so yeah.
Yeah, that's awfully close to the borders. I don't see it. I don't see it.
Well, I guess we should see what the lawyer has to say, huh?
Ah.
America, we need to talk. We've grown apart these last few years. It's not you, it's Mississippi. It's Mississippi. Pew Research reports that over the past 7 years, Americans have increasingly felt that their political opposites are stupider, more dishonest, more immoral, and lazier. And the simple fact is, their rights, regardless of what side they're on.
I'm playing both sides so that I always come out on top.
And in light of this increasing political acrimony among Americans, some have begun to think it was good while it lasted, but it's time to call it quits on this whole union thing. For example, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has declared a crisis at the border and says that Texas has a right to self-defense and is going to take over immigration duties from the US government and stop the US government from interfering. And many politicians agree, like Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who triggered a firestorm of criticism by repeatedly demanding a national divorce in which Red America and Blue America go their separate ways. And we should listen to Congressperson Greene.
That lady is batshit crazy. That's all I'm gonna say about her. I've heard some of her stuff, and I was like, this bitch don't know. Oh, well, this lady don't know what she's talking about. That's all I had to say. Just had to get that off my chest.
Her shit got 33.9 million views.
Yep.
73,000 likes.
Out of 33 million views, you got 73,000 likes.
Yeah, that's wild.
Because she knows from experience what it means when someone decides they can't stand you anymore and unceremoniously leaves you. But while Greene was pilloried on all sides for her call for splitting up the union, a March 2023 poll suggests that around 1/5 of the population, or 66 million Americans, if you can extrapolate from that, are amenable to a national divorce. Looks like the 250-year itch is real. And even soon-to-be also-ran Nikki Haley is on tape claiming the Constitution allows states to secede.
Do you believe that the states of the United States have the right to secede from the Union?
I think that they do. I mean, the Constitution says that.
And admittedly, these numbers are alarming, though it's unclear to what extent it reflects a sincere desire to break up the union as opposed to a way to register their displeasure that the person you didn't vote for became president. But in 2009, Governor of Texas and King of Failing Upwards, Rick Perry, jokingly suggested his state would consider secession.
He looked like a fucking moron.
After the election of Barack Obama. But this isn't just a red state thing. In 2017, a poll found that 32% of California voters supported seceding from the US following the election of Donald Trump, up from 20% in 2014. And again, after Joe Biden was elected, Texas is once again partying like it's 1861 by refusing to accept election results and threatening secession. Regardless, what was once unthinkable, the breakup of the United States, has become a real issue we can no longer treat as a mere hypothetical. So today, Legal Eaglets, let's talk about what would happen if states opted to formally leave the union and whether that's legally possible. Now, typically, it's a mistake to treat...
What is the point of this? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What if we give Texas what they want, then what?
The U.S. will lose a lot of money because Texas, like I said,
no. What is their end game? What's Texas' end game? We let you go, now what?
Oh, Texas can pretty much make laws and do anything else that they want to do, pretty much.
So continue business as usual?
Well, okay. A lot of they feel like, I'm not an expert on it, but like Texas, I think we're the first state that really stopped I think it was abortion rights. They basically took away all the abortion rights for women. So I think Texas was the first one to do that. And
still got the death penalty.
Yeah, still got
So they feel like America's being a pussy? Is that it?
I'm sure there are some that would agree to that.
Okay. All right, that's kind of what I want to know. All right.
Cranks with any kind of serious inquiry. After all, Marjorie Taylor Greene is not exactly what one would call a constitutional scholar, but her proposal is not without precedent. After all, the United States of America was born out of secession. And ever since the colonists declared themselves an independent nation, threats to leave the Union have long been made by various constituents of the U.S., but rarely acted on. And in fact, the first serious threat of secession came not from the Deep South, but from New England. In 1814, New England delegates attended the Hartford Convention to protest President James Madison's mercantile policies and the War of 1812, with more extreme delegates making an unsuccessful push to leave the Union. And then, and stop me if you've heard this one already, after the election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860, 11 southern U.S. states broke off from the Republic to form the Confederate States of America, triggering a bloody 4-year civil war. And of course, despite modern attempts by some to claim the Confederacy was fighting fighting for states' rights, not slavery, we know that that's pretty much false. How do we know? Well, for one, the majority of the states explicitly wrote in their declarations of secession that the reason they seceded was to preserve slavery and prevent political equality between whites and blacks. But you know, sometimes people are only textualists when it's convenient. But even cities have gotten on the secession bandwagon, or in this case, perhaps the secession yacht.
Sorry, can you pause one more time? Just want to add, I think I might have mentioned it before, but I think I mentioned that, Juneteenth, the holiday that's now a national holiday for the U.S., it originated from basically Texas because when the was the the Emancipation Proclamation was released and everything, and they said the slaves were free. Texas had the knowledge, but they didn't spread the word around to like the other states for like months and months later. So like the slaves who at the time didn't know how to read or anything, so they didn't even know they were free until later on, which is why like now they celebrated Juneteenth, but they was actually like free like months. Like was it June? No, I think it was January when they actually signed it. So it was like all the way until June before the rest of the states was like, and the slaves found out that they were actually free.
Damn.
That's
It's supposed to be more like January 10th.
Yeah.
Sound like some Texas shit.
Martha's Vineyard, along with Nantucket, actually voted to secede from Massachusetts. Yes, in 19...
Also, let me say this right quick. When he said old girl wasn't like a Constitution expert, I hate how somebody always discredit the next person because they have a different opinion from them. Like nobody's never an expert in the world.
No, she's crazy.
She's crazy, but that don't mean she's not an expert.
Expert in insanity? Okay, fair enough.
All right.
1977, the Martha's Vineyard selectmen voted 10-2 for secession to protest a redistricting plan that would reduce their representation in the state legislature. On an even smaller level, some Americans have simply proclaimed their property to be an independent micronation. For example, in 1998, Kevin Baugh declared his 11.3-acre property in the Nevada desert to be the Republic of Molossia. And since 1998, President Baugh has ruled his micronation as a benevolent dictator.
I am President Kevin Baugh of the Republic of Molossia, a tiny self-declared country within Nevada.
Mr. Pipe like
That's
this.
within the United States. We have everything that a nation should have. Bank, stamps, and the post office.
To date, no country.
This guy got a lot of money and a lot of time on this fucking ass.
That's my hero. That's my hero.
Certain people tried that shit, they get blown the fuck up.
He's been doing it. He's been doing it for a while.
Yeah, he could do it.
Yeah, because he's in Nevada. What about the Branch Davidians up in Waco and shit? Like that motherfucker. And they not bothering him. The fact that he's able to do it and hasn't been bothered lets me know he has no weapons.
He more power to him. I look up to a guy like that. He's looking towards the future, own everything. And the only thing I want to end at before we continue to this man has a fresh ass suit. That's a nice suit.
That's a nice, well-to-do suit. A guy you can trust.
I don't know if I can trust it, but
yeah.
Nice.
He just speaks like sincerity and honesty. I mean, look at his face. His eyes look like they're almost tearing up.
Yeah.
That is a man you have to put your faith in and believe every word that he's saying.
That's right.
He looks like he puts his comb in his mouth and slobs over and then just fucking.
He looks like he's trying to cosplay as the guy from The Office.
He does.
To recognize the legitimacy of this micronation, whose currency is tied to the price of cookie dough. Now, obviously, if you're going to try and secede from the Union, you're going to need a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've suffered data breach, especially if you've gotten a data breach, a lawyer right below. So let's jump right into it. Does the Constitution provide a right to unilaterally secede from the Union? Well, to give everyone's favorite answer, it depends. No, actually, no. States and localities have zero constitutional right to declare themselves independent and break away from the United States. Any votes to secede unilaterally is just political virtue signaling and with zero legal effect. And yet the, quote, constitutional right to secede is a myth that refuses to die, but for really interesting reasons. Now, no state has bought into this mythical right to secede more than the Lone Star State. In fact, Texans love to repeat the legend that Texas, as a condition to joining the U.S., negotiated an annexation treaty which grants them the unique right to unilaterally secede from the Union and once again become the Republic of Texas. But you might be surprised to learn that the terms of the Texas annexation contain no such provision. But Texas won't be cowed by your big city fact-checking and literacy. As a result, the state's conservative leaders continue to falsely proclaim a right to secede. In June of 2022, Texas Republicans were once again whistling Dixie by adding to its party platform that Texas retains the right to secede from the United States, declaring a right to nullify the federal laws they don't like under the 10th Amendment, and urging the Texas legislature to pass a referendum to determine whether or not the state of Texas should reassert its status as an independent nation. And in March of 2023, Texas State Representative Brian Slayton introduced a bill to put said referendum on the November 2023 ballot. And just in time for the 2024 election, the Texas Supreme Court declined to take up a case from a conservative group that wanted to add Texas secession to this year's presidential primary ballot. But that raises the question, on what legal grounds do some Texans claim the state has a right to secede? Well, according to Daniel Miller, the president of the pro-secession Texas nationalist movement, Texas has an implied right to secede because the Constitution doesn't say it can't.
Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution lists everything states are forbidden from doing. Guess what's not in there? Withdrawing.
In addition, Miller claims that the 10th Amendment, which says that the federal government only has power spelled out in the Constitution or not delegated by the states, means that states can choose to leave. Now, this argument isn't completely insane. There is a canon of construction that allows you to interpret contracts or statutes by what is included. Specifically, it's based on the Latin phrase is justum generis, which means the company it keeps. If you create a list of things and something is not included in that list, then you can assume that it was not meant to be included in that list. That being said, the argument is also similar to the one used in the movie Air Bud. Basically, there's nothing in the Constitution that says you can't secede from the United States or that a dog can't play basketball.
But you won't find anything in there that says a dog can't play.
He's right. Ain't no rule said the dog can't play basketball.
So I wouldn't necessarily hang my hat on that argument.
I love it. I love it.
I cannot believe we actually having this conversation. I'm just sitting here thinking like, so basically everybody is using America's resources and military. And then after everything is cool and you get your happy ending, you just say, fuck you and become your own country. Is that what they?
To be honest, if this actually happened, I'm packing my bags tomorrow.
Well, like I said, Texas does have like 10 years of history where they were the Republic of Texas. So maybe not so much in some of the other states, but Texas at one point felt like they were their own country anyway.
Yeah, it's easy to feel like it's your own country when everybody around you is fighting with fucking either with spears or fucking musket balls with fucking knives at the end of it. But now that we got drones and weapons of mass destruction, you sure you want to have this conversation?
Well, the problem is that I see is if Texas were like, let's say it happened, say Texas was allowed to secede, then other states would also feel they had the right to secede.
What I'm saying.
And then if you have a bunch of states that secede, all of those states are going to be their own place for like 6 months. And then some power is going to come take them bitches. Like, let's be real. Like, who the fuck are you fighting? You have no military. Somebody's going to come in. They're going to take over that area. And now we got some more shit to deal with. Like, that would be the end of America.
Yeah.
There's the argument that Texans have, they built a lot of the manufacturing and stuff. So a lot of the drones and the things that they use for weapons, a lot of the parts and stuff are built in Texas. Texas is home of NASA. So, I mean, Texas is I guess, advanced in technology. So they probably don't
because
feel...
of America, though. And matter of fact, mentioning that NASA is in Texas is exactly why this shit is never happening. Like, if they take NASA out of Texas and all the fucking factories where they making parts, whether it's for weaponry or whatever or technology, then Texas is nothing, and fucking Mexico is gonna take it over.
Man, this makes me want to talk about my other country.
What'd you say, Carradus?
Nothing.
Oh.
Most likely, Airbud would be able to secede before Texas. Especially because legal scholars and constitutional experts seem to overwhelmingly agree that the US Constitution does not allow for secession. For example, Stanford Levison, who is a law professor at University of Texas, Austin, said that, quote, almost no lawyer would take that argument seriously. I do believe it is viewed as a closed question. And courts that have weighed in on the issues of secession have always shot them down. In 2010, Alaska's Supreme Court ruled that secession was illegal, and thus an initiative putting the question to a vote could not be placed on the ballot. So any effort to put a matter on the ballot in Texas would likely not be constitutional either. Even the late Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, who followed a strict form of constitutional interpretation dubbed originalism, said that there's no legal basis for secession. And we learned Scalia's views on this matter in a quite unusual way. Back in 2006, legally minded screenwriter Daniel Turkowitz wrote a letter to all 9 Supreme Court justices for advice on a farcical script he was writing in which Maine secedes from the US and joins Canada, leading to a climactic showdown at the Supreme Court. Scalia was the only justice to provide a substantive response to Turkowitz, and the late justice was unequivocal. Quote, to begin with, the answer is clear. If there was any constitutional issue resolved by the Civil War, it is that there is no right to secede. Hence, in the Pledge of Allegiance, one nation indivisible. The justice also explained why a secession case would never end up before the Supreme Court. Quote, I find it difficult to envision who the parties to this lawsuit might be. Is the state suing the United States for a declaratory judgment? But the United States cannot be sued without its consent, and it has not consented to this sort of suit. I am sure that poetic license can overcome all that, but you do not need legal advice for that. Good luck with your screenplay. And although the Supreme Court has never heard a direct secession case, it did address the question indirectly in 1869, and once again, it involves Texas. The Supreme Court case of Texas versus White centered on the cash-strapped state selling U.S. Treasury bonds to help finance its war with the Union. A brokerage firm purchased some of these bonds and then resold them to investors. And after the South's defeat, the Union-supported Reconstruction government of Texas filed suit against the brokerage firm directly with the Supreme Court, as the Constitution confers original jurisdiction to the top court for cases in which a state is a party. And Texas argued that the rebel government had illegally sold these bonds, and the state was therefore entitled for their return and/or repayment. The brokerage firm argued that these sales were legal and it had no duty to repay Texas. And in a 5-3 ruling, the Supreme Court ruled that the Confederate States' sale was illegal because Texas's secession itself was illegal, and as a matter of law, it never happened. Writing for the majority of the court, Chief Justice and secret grizzly bear Salmon Chase, who once famously graced the face of the now defunct $10,000 bill, declared, quote, the union between Texas and the other states was as complete, as perpetual, and as indissoluble as the union between the original states. There was no place for reconsideration or revocation except through revolution or through the consent of the states. So the Supreme Court has spoken. There are only 2 paths to secession: revolution or a consensual dissolution. Now, before you go thinking that declaring war against the United States is just this one weird trick that allows you to secede, or governments hate it because it's so successful, I should note that waging war against the government is not legal. It's what we lawyer types would call treason, a crime that is punishable by death. Hashtag not legal advice, don't commit treason. Also, seceding by force.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, treason is punishable by death. Texas is, it seems like it's coming off like Texas being one big Karen. Like, oh, we want our own rights. Blah, blah, blah.
Standing behind Texas, man.
You standing behind Texas?
Damn right. If they want to succeed and they're willing to not take any help from the rest of the Union, which would be the rest of the United States, let them. Fuck them.
Yeah, but you want to see the world burn, so
I was just about to say,
hell no. Like
once that ball starts rolling,
if they succeed, I'm moving to Texas.
So you just want them to succeed for your own benefit.
I'm done with the United States,
brother.
I'm done with the United
Welcome
States.
to Texas, son.
So what do we get if they get their way? What's the benefits? Why move over there?
Welcome to the family, son.
A lot more freedom, probably.
More free, yeah.
A lot, probably less taxes.
The United States promised to be this big free thing, but as far as I've seen, it's not that free.
If you don't have to pay taxes, I'll move there.
The American dream? What's that? A non-existent thing you use to coax people?
Yeah, it's all a psyop for sure.
Taxes? Oh, I make $100. You get $50. Someone else for taxes gets another $20. Fuck that.
Well, Yeah,
If
we don't have what's that state income tax. Texas doesn't do no federal. Shit, I forget. No, we do state taxes. That's what it is. But we don't pay.
Texas,
What's
but
it? Income tax, right? Yeah.
Texas is not. What I'm trying to say is, what are they promising if they become a
They're not
country?
promising anything. They just saying Texas can take care of their own self. They don't
Yeah.
need the government to support them.
So that's like me. That's like me hiring somebody for protection or for a job or to build my house, and I'm like, so what's your experience? I got this. Like what? You got this? That's what I'm. You just want it. You just I. So what? Like
I think it should come down to a vote, and if a majority rules the citizens of Texas want to secede from the union, let them do it.
that's
They
fine. But what I'm
they,
saying, what
they
am
know
I
what they're
getting?
giving up.
What am I getting though? Are they even promising any? They not. He said they're not promising anything. You got the death penalty and
I guess it's
women can't get abortions and it's open carry and you republic.
I guess it's some people could see it as a way to start new. It would be a new nation after so many years. So it's a way to start new without the tropes that are you stuck with in the United States. Maybe this Republic of Texas can do something different.
It sounds
Yeah,
good. It's
because
got
there's
it's got the republic in it. It sounds you can move to Canada for that shit.
well, the U.S. has a lot of laws and things, and that's not just for Texas, but the U.S., especially the government, regulates a lot of trade. It regulates a lot of things, across, the imports and exports and everything like that. And Texas, with it basically owning his own resources and everything, feels. Uh, this is just subjective, but I'm just thinking Texas feels like they can manage. They don't need all the regulatory regulations and things that the government imposes. They can just they have enough income, they have enough resources to manage themselves. And like I said, they did it for 10 years before. Although 10 years not really a long time, but they did it for 10 years before. They were independent before. So it's like, you know,
You know what that
Texas
shit
feels like
sound
they've
like to
already
me?
done it before.
That sound like your kid telling you, "I'm a big boy now. I don't need a babysitter." And it's like I'm supposed to leave the house to you based off that. Like,
But the only difference with that is the kid would have to have substantially lived on his own by itself. Like if
you
he
have
lived,
you have resources. So the kid's telling me I got resources. I got food in the refrigerator. I got this. All your resources come to me. I allowed you to have those resources. You can make a fucking sandwich because I brought the bread, meat, and cheese. Texas have you got a few resources. It's not like what are y'all gonna eat? Cows and fucking chicken the whole way through. That's all y'all got. It's farming animals. I don't understand. You don't have gold. You don't have weapons. Like you don't have a fucking army. You don't have fucking NASA. The best technology in the fucking world come from something I provided to you. You feeling too sexy. If I pull NASA out, if I pull all the resources out, then what? And the if we decided to wage war on Texas, we will fucking crush it. It's not very smart.
I mean, I'm not saying they don't necessarily need to turn their back on each other either if they wanted to do it that way. I mean, they don't need to go to war about it. If they agreed to let Texas succeed, there's what the smart thing would do is basically make it like I scratch your back, you vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
What you guys do whatever you want to do with your government there. You kill whoever wants to cross the border. You do what you want. Death penalties, the whole works. But you still got to be loyal to the United States.
That sounds familiar. You know who else we had a deal like that with? Saddam Hussein. And what do everybody we kill have in common? They have oil. What do Texas have?
My
Texas
question
has
is
oil too.
No, let's talk
exactly.
about it. We're gonna play friends with y'all for a little bit. Then we're gonna end up calling whoever's the head of Texas and dictating we're gonna fucking crush y'all and get it all over again.
What does the United States have to gain by allowing the secession? Absolutely nothing. They have everything already. Why would they give it up? What do they
But
gain by letting them go?
that's the thing. Like, yeah, that's why the U.S. kind of like, you know, it's not. They don't even see it as really a possibility. It's like
Right.
the U.S. isn't losing. The U.S. would lose more.
They gain nothing and only lose. Like, fuck
Right.
you. No.
Just,
The
I
answer is
mean,
no.
but think about what I said. Everybody that we go to war against has oil. You sure you want to be on the other side of us? I mean, look at the history of what we've done to everybody that has oil.
Only difference with that is they're overseas, so they can do their damage and not, suffer
So
too
we can
many.
take a car ride to kill y'all. That's cheaper.
I did say it's like a militia, so
Malicious
you
never
ain't,
win. We saw malicious. We saw
yeah.
malicious.
We started as a militia. What are you
Yeah,
talking?
like we saw what malicious do. That's adorable. I could have some fucking kid that's fucking hocked up on Four Locos and Mountain Dew, get in one of these fucking drones and fucking blow y'all to fuck the smithereens. I wouldn't want that if I lived in Texas. It's like a false sense of security. Like, think about what I'm saying.
Texas
Everybody that we war with had oil. You
and then,
guys have oil. Why would
and
we
then do
play
you
nice with you?
realize how big Texas is? Texas compared, other than like,
Who's bigger, Iraq or Texas?
I'm talking about compared to the rest of the U.S. Texas is bigger than Iraq.
Is
Actually,
it?
don't quote me on that. I'm not
pretty
sure.
close.
Texas is a big state, but compared to the rest of the United States, it's small. They would get steamrolled.
I'm telling you, and compared to the weaponry that America has.
Right. America has an entire military industrial complex. The one thing America does is military.
I think the better option than succession would maybe, in some workaround, give them more. I don't know how you, but states' rights would be the word. Maybe let them do what they want.
Why?
If they don't want the government's help when it comes to the border crisis, let them deal with it. If they want to deal with it, let them deal with it.
Why?
Why though? Why would they?
Right.
Do
the problem is, I understand that people want freedom. People like feeling like they're in control. People want to control their immediate environment. I get that. But you have to look from both sides. Yes, the state wants freedom. I get that. From the government's point of view, why would I give you anything? I control you. This is my shit. You don't like the position you're in, I'll put somebody else in your seat. They'll run it the way I want. I'm just saying, from their point of view.
No one gives up power, bro.
Right, from their point of view, it's essentially a monarchy still.
The reason that I think they could maybe do a workaround deal like that is because it's a lot. And this example is if it really got, spitting back and forth, right? It'd be a lot better on them and for them than another civil war.
Texas ain't waiting
But
a civil war by themselves.
That's a lot of people killing each other that we don't need in the United States. That cripples the United States.
I look at civil war as fighting. When I was younger, when somebody say, "I don't want to fight you," and I'm like, well, to me, a fight is a match between two potentially equal yoke individuals. Like, I'll whoop your ass. This is what's going to be happening. Like, this is an ass whooping. This is not civil war. This is a ant under a boot heel.
Right, but that's a lot of unnecessary death.
But we've done it before.
To our own citizens?
Hell yeah.
Like, I don't think this would. I don't think this will come anywhere near a civil war either.
It would. It wouldn't. I said
mainly because Texas will be on their own.
It would be a hypothetical, and you don't know they'd be on their own either.
Also, yeah, because what they said, there's
that's
Texas
a good
decided
point.
to follow. The other states that they mentioned in this video will likely try to follow Texas too.
For all we know, in this hypothetical world, the 11 states could break off and try to help Texas again, so the United States would be split down to Mason-Dixon again.
Right. What I was trying to say was, like, the reason the Civil War happened before was slavery. There was a ton of free labor meaning a ton of money going away from a lot of powerful people. That's why they were all willing to fight and die to keep it. There's nothing to fight and die for right now other than you want to be your own place. Most states are going to be like, fuck you, you guys sound crazy.
Yeah. Just start a fight over nothing. Like, I don't even hit. So I get what Mr. Fife is trying to say. I guess I don't see the benefit for it to even be a potential thing.
I think the ramifications, if like let's just do Cobra's thing where you say, okay, let's say that did happen. Say there was a civil war. I think that would be even more catastrophic because we have way too many enemies abroad to be fighting within ourselves to that degree. Like if we're focused in on ourselves, like we're essentially fucked. Like we can't.
That's what I was trying to say. Is if we do another civil war, we're sitting ducks.
Well, even just secession, if we start losing states, all of these countries that the Brexit or whatever it's called, all of these countries are constantly on alert. Texas secedes. They're going to be doing everything they can to get that back door. Everything they can. They would give Texas anything to have that back door. Right at the southern tip of America, America would never let that shit go. Ever.
At this point, for how easy it is to move around the world, and the crazy reality that's not reality, who says they don't reach out to some other country to help them?
Well, I mean,
yeah,
you know what I mean? I mean,
I hear what you're saying. I just don't see America ever being like, okay, I'll allow it. There's no.
And reaching out to another country is treason. So then,
so
really
it's succession.
gonna get the axe. Yeah. What if Texas?
What's the difference?
What if Texas want to secretly take over Mexico?
Right the other way around, but you know,
team up.
Mexico want to take over Texas.
Just from my perspective, that's what I would say.
That would be actually smart to join forces.
Well, I don't think Texas would really allow that itself.
Why? Because
it kind of plays both sides.
Because they feel like they sell drugs. Y'all didn't mind slaving people. The fuck?
Well, like which I was saying earlier, like Texas feels like, oh, we can threaten the U.S. or say we secede, but they don't want to go back to Mexico either. They want to. They prefer to be their independent state, I guess.
All right, let me ask you this: if you were American, say America was a person, you were an American, and Texas was like, we want to secede, we're doing it no matter what you say. What would your reaction
be? You asking everybody?
Yeah. What would your reaction be? So
like
one of your biggest
if you're America, you're
producers.
a body.
Yeah.
And you guys said that, and I know Texas is huge. So somebody's basically saying we're gonna amputate your leg.
I don't know. I would probably be like, go ahead.
Yeah.
At that point, you would say, I guess I'm thinking like.
Well, it's even like it's like your leg is saying, I want to leave. And you're gonna be like, all right, leg, go ahead.
But the thing is, okay, you guys both said the United States can just take back Texas whenever they wanted anyways, right? Is that what both of you said? Just yes or no answers is fine.
Yeah.
Fucking honestly, because I'm just kind of trying to play both sides, right? Let them, because if they fail because they don't have the resources or something goes wrong, they'll be crawling back anyways, or you take them back.
That's easy to say using the parenting analogy. That's easy to say when it's not your fucking house. I don't want to take chances with my house. It runs perfect the way it is.
Right, but like also answer the question. Like, what would you do? Like, if Texas wanted to leave, are you going to say yes? And if so, why?
Yeah,
why would
yes,
you ever
yes or
say
no,
yes
motherfucker? Would you say yes?
Yeah.
I'd say
why?
Yeah, too.
Why would you say yes? You have nothing to gain, everything to lose. Why would you choose to lose?
What are you really losing if you can just take it back whenever you want?
Because it's resources that I don't have to waste.
Right.
Like I said, think of it as
all
a
the
parent. I know you're
all
gonna
the
fail.
all the money you're losing in this time, you never get back. Any foreign relationships that are developed, that's just permanent. Like there's all types of downsides. There's no upside. Fuck you, you're not going anywhere. That would be what I think. I don't know.
And it's gonna be resentment if I have to take it back, which I shouldn't have never let it go in the first place.
As a matter of fact, I'll go one step ahead. If you were determined to leave, no matter what I say, I would flatten that motherfucker and rebuild before I let you leave. That's my honest opinion. I don't need you there. I don't need the actual people are disposable. What's valuable is the land. If I had to, I would flatten that whole motherfucker and put new people there.
I think that in itself would cause a whole nother civil war.
It's not going
No,
to be
I'm just saying, I'm saying at that point we're at war. I'm saying if it came to that point where you keep escalating and I keep saying no, and then you try to fight, if I have to fight, I would fight to the point that there was no one left. I have nothing to lose
but
and everything to gain still.
But Sabius and Mr. Fife keep saying civil war, like we're gonna be two different sides on each side running towards each other with muskets and shit. No, I'm gonna crush. It's no such that shit's going. No civil war. I blow you the fuck up from the comfort of my home. You die if you don't do what I say.
I guess what I'm gonna try to impose is that Texas has a lot of that part military technology stuff too. So the drones you send into Texas, Texas can send to pretty much any other state they wanted to as well. So then it comes into Texas. Well, if you look at like sports, if you look at like especially like football and everything, most of the football players like they come from Texas.
Can you pull up a map of the U.S.?
You said what?
Can you pull up a map of the U.S.?
Sure.
I just want to do a compare and contrast. Okay. Texas is that yellow part there at the bottom. The U.S. is everything else. I'm pretty sure everything else is going to crush that part, the yellow part at the bottom.
What I'm getting at is that if Texas seceded, and they mentioned it earlier, what other states are going to follow? It's not going to be 49 other states all against Texas. If Texas seceded, you're probably going to get New Mexico, Louisiana, all the way down to Florida, those states in between, Alabama, Georgia.
Why?
Because
Texas is the only one before. Right. During the Civil War, they were all allied for money. Currently, like over the years, Texas is the only one, one of the very few people constantly saying they want to leave. It seems like they're on their own saying they want to be their own place. They're not trying to leave and take these other states with them to the Republic of Texopia. They're trying to leave and be the Republic of Texas. So they're not trying to take other people with them. They're trying to leave on their own. So they're going to get crushed on their own, probably.
I'm not saying they're going to go on. I'm saying there's going to be other states that follow. When they get if Texas seceded, other states would be like, hey, if Texas secede, Louisiana might say we want to secede. Alabama,
all the more reason. All the more reason.
You see how they lined up. You see how they all lined up. Everything you naming. I think that strategically that's bad. It'd be easy to just crush all of them. But let's say if California right here or Montana follow suit, with New York following suit and everybody in the middle, I think that they'll have something in. But all of that in line, that's just easy to blow the fuck up, bro.
First off, you're not blowing up something that's so in your own proximity. If you blow up
They're not
Texas,
carpet
you're
bombing it.
taking out, yeah, you're taking out several other states with Texas. You're not gonna just blow up Texas.
The casualties
Texas
alone
gonna
will
be on
cause
war.
other countries to turn against the United States.
Montana doesn't have the
we cannot
population that Texas
we
has.
cannot pretend and ignore that we have not seen the evils that our country will perform to protect.
Those are across, like I said, other places across the sea. If you carpet bomb a rock or something, yeah, you ain't got to worry about the repercussions of explosions, radiation coming over it.
I was just about to say, yeah, I'm not.
Nobody
I'm
gave a
pretty
fuck.
sure it's a lot of other
small
people who gonna be in the
city.
comments who gonna ignore the atrocities that America has fucking caused for obvious fucking reasons. But I'm not. You talk about the same fucking state that enslaved people, fucking put fucking diseases into black people for shits and giggles, fucking enslaved Irish people, bombed other fucking countries, babies and shit, and mustard gas and carpet bomb and napalm, and I'm supposed to expect for them to have a fucking heart? Nah, man, fuck that. Is you serious?
It's logical.
That's not logical.
You're not gonna blow up your backyard just to
If I'm
take
the
somebody
devil,
out.
I fucking will. I don't
Wait,
give a fuck.
You're not gonna blow up your backyard.
I disagree. If my okay, actually, that's a good analogy. So, say you have a house, your next door neighbor literally hates you and wants to kill you. Your backyard is controlled by somebody else, and your backyard wants to join your neighbor to kill you. What are you going to do to stop that from happening?
I'm blowing that motherfucker up. You talking to somebody?
I would burn down my backyard.
Bro, you talking to somebody
regrow the
who shot I shot my own car up because somebody jumped in the driver's seat, tried to drive off. I don't give a fuck.
I would burn my backyard before I let my enemy get that much closer to my fucking door.
Hell yeah.
And then also you got so many people that's in the government, that's in these other states are from Texas. So you think all these other people that's transported, moved to New York, they're gonna be like, yeah, blow up Texas.
So you know what I say to that, Sabius? It reminds me of a few situations I experienced in my life. If I'm arguing, let's say you got a brother, right? Let's say your brother is hurling insults at me, right? He's talking all this shit to me, and I'm not saying nothing. But your mind is like, I'm gonna let them figure it out. Once I start going back at your brother and whooping his ass, if you try to break us up, I'm gonna whoop your ass because you had a chance to diffuse this shit a long time ago. So for all them people that you talking about, you should have told your people to shut the fuck up. Now this is happening. You think you couldn't get your own people to shut up? You think you're going to tell me what to do? No.
Most of those people are career politicians who are trying to make easy money doing very little. They are not going to jeopardize their own future for a failed mission that they know is never going anywhere anyway. Yes, they would sit there and
watch.
If
one of my family members decide to go up against America, it's not like a whole lot.
Yeah. I'm like, well, I guess he's getting set on fire. It's gonna hurt.
Every time I went to jail, I went by myself. None of my family members went. So hey, that's on you.
Plus, earlier I thought the premise was you said Texas would succeed. So you were saying, in the essence, like if Texas said, "Okay, we're gonna let you go," and then you just like, no, we're not gonna let you go. We're gonna destroy you if you decide to go. I think those.
No, my point from the beginning was I don't see why America would ever say yes. They have nothing to gain. They have a lot to lose. They would never say yes. And if Texas tried to leave, even with America saying yes, saying no, and tried to fight them, America would more likely burn them to the ground than let them leave because they just want to. The risk is too great.
And let me add on to what he's saying by saying this. I hate to try to speak for him as well, but I feel like with me and Carrot, rather we was with this idea, not we just looking from the other side is not going to work. Why would they release power? When have you ever seen them do that? I just can't see it happening. And I don't even hear a good benefit of doing it. Now, if they was to say something like, we're gonna give the oil to America and just do business with them. We'll lease the oil out for 100 years, but we're gonna have all of this going on that we want going on. Then I can see America being like, that's fine. Yeah, that's a good contract. But like, we're gonna let you say they got resources. We have the resources with you. We just gonna let you cut us out. Usually that's like a business deal. Usually when you do a business deal and you try to buy your partner out, there's a buyout. There's something that's on the table that make them say, yeah, this makes sense for me. And I'm looking for that in this situation. Where does it make sense for America to allow Texas to do this? Other than I just feel like it's time. Like, what the fuck? Can't see it.
Well, what I was saying was, and I thought we all agreed that the U.S. didn't really have a benefit for Texas if Texas seceded. So I'm not saying the U.S. would get a benefit. All I'm saying is if Texas decided bad enough that they want to succeed, and you were asking me like why, or why would I say yeah? Because I would probably think that they would come back sooner or later.
Mr. Fife, you got something?
I'm 100% in agreement with Savius.
Okay. All right, so we split.
Even unsuccessfully, or especially unsuccessfully, will typically result in a high body count. And during the Civil War, about 620,000 people, or 2% of the nation's total population, were killed. So unless you're jazzing to murder thousands, if not millions, of your friends and neighbors, spend decades in prison for sedition, or get executed for treason, revolution is probably not the ideal secession path. In fairness, that would be the most Texas thing that you could do. But there is one way to secede without murdering a whole bunch of people. The states and the federal government consent to your secession. Now, of course, some states already act like their own independent nations and have the wealth to back that up. If California and Texas were their own countries, they would be the 5th and 10th largest economies in the world by GDP, respectively. And if one state leaves, it's easy to imagine the domino effect of mass exodus of red and or blue states. So what would a consensual breakup between one or more states look like? Well, in a December 2022 article for the New Republic, Bryn Tannehill, a former naval aviator and a senior defense analyst, gamed out what a divided United States of America might actually look like. In the piece, Tannehill outlined scenarios for what she referred to as a soft secession and hard secession, which she described as akin to a separation versus a messy divorce, respectively. In Tannehill's view, a soft secession could look like the 56-nation British Commonwealth, where nations like New Zealand, Canada, and Australia technically owe allegiance to the crown, but in practice, they're all their own sovereign nations, and the monarch's role is entirely ceremonial. The U.S. doesn't have to swear allegiance to the crown because we're dope and we do dope things. But she also cited as an example the Kurds in northern Iraq. And that, while technically part of Iraq, the Iraqi government exercises little control, and the Kurds have their own armed forces that cooperate in anti-terror operations against ISIS. Though that hasn't exactly worked out especially well for the Kurds historically. But the idea of a soft secession has its supporters on the conservative, albeit never Trump side of the aisle, like former National Review columnist David French. French argued that different states and different regions...
You just, look at this motherfucker. You just know he's evil. He lost all his hair. He's got vampire fangs and a fucking beak nose.
...should be empowered to go about American life in a radically different way without federal intervention. So in practice, this would look like a beefed up version of federalism, which French describes as tolerance through self-governance and community autonomy. In the system, more power would be delegated to the states, while the federal government takes a hands-off approach to let the laboratories of democracy chart their own paths. So in theory, this type of soft secession would have the benefit of preserving the Union and America's global power in a troubled world, while leaving open the possibility of reconciliation. But that would also require Americans tolerating policies without a federal floor of rights and or protections that many would find detestable and unacceptable, including dissenting citizens within said states. But Tannehill argues that a hard secession is a more dangerous proposition. Quote, "This would involve a clean break. No more ostensible allegiance to a government in Washington, simply regions breaking off and forming their own countries based on common culture, religion, ethnicity, and regional identity." According to Tannehill, a hard secession could take many forms. It could be like the outcome of the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991, which triggered an economic collapse and a huge decrease in life expectancy, not to mention the matter of nuclear materials being scattered across successor states. Tannehill also cites to the fall of Yugoslavia in the 90s, which resulted in a decade of civil war and genocide. Or it could be like Taiwan and China, a decades-long cold armed standoff. But apart from the legality or illegality of the whole situation, a national divorce, even a consensual one, would be an absolute bureaucratic nightmare with a ton of unanswered questions. Like, how would the national debt be divided? What happens to all the money paid into federal programs like Social Security and Medicare for those leaving the US? What do we do with federal assets like the gold fort at Fort Knox or the US military bases? And for that matter, what happens to the US military itself? And the nukes? Dibs on the nukes. Yeah, I'm sure this will work out just fine. In short, yes, theoretically, you could break up the United States through mutual consent, but only at great personal, economic, and political costs. There are just so many complicated issues to resolve, even with a mutual separation, not to mention that America's standing in the world would immediately and permanently be diminished. And even if the initial separation were peaceful, which I kind of doubt, there would be years of disputes from trade and redrawing borders. And as history has shown regarding boundary disputes, there's no guarantee that we wouldn't break out into an all-out, bloody second civil war. So I know we've all been fussing and feuding, but let's just take a breath and remember, as Americans, we have more in common than what divides us, and find a way to work through our issues together, at least until the kids go to college. And it looks like a frightening number of states are going along with the plan to give the middle finger to the federal government. That didn't work out so well last time. So, Marjorie, stop trying to make secession happen. It's not going to happen. Instead, let's just all take a breath and remember, as Americans, we have more in common than divides us, and find a way to work through our issues together, at least until the kids go to college. And if you're looking to send your kids to college, you'll probably need to find ways to manage your finances and save money. Luckily, today's sponsor.
Send the kids to college.
Yeah.
That motherfucker. I was like, why does he keep saying send the kids to college? It was a pitch. That was clever. I like it. I like how you played that in there.
I think if they stop charging us fucking taxes, all of this conversation will stop. I'm down with that. And also, out of all the shit I said about the outcome, I'm willing to take the risk if Texas like, hey, we getting rid of taxes altogether. I'm packing my shit and I'm gone.
Texas has a lot of, and I didn't even think about how many like military bases. I'm not 100% sure. I was gonna look it up, but I think Texas has the most military bases.
Yeah, but
out of the U.S.
But you got to realize how I'm like taking in that information. That's like you telling me you guys have a lot of karate dojos, and I'm talking about all the gun shops that we own.
Texas has a lot of gun shops too, though.
But not big guns like these. Y'all not equally yoked to America. So that's all I'm saying. Like, you may go to the gym, I may go to the gym, but you're bench pressing 350 while I'm doing the cool 550. And I'm just saying, I may crush.
Right. The military that's currently in Texas is the American military.
Hmm.
If they're no longer part of America, they're leaving. Because they're the American military. They're not the Texas military.
And also,
those are American military bases. They're not Texas military.
We own
bases.
NASA too.
So the thing is, with that, like, that would mean, yeah, some people would leave. Does that mean that all the military bases are going to leave?
Well, the bases might not, but all that fucking equipment and shit is.
You think all the equipment is going to
I'm not saying all. I never said the word all because I never use all or every because.
Well, most of it.
Those are trap terms. But I think if the American military owns the property there, it's going with America. And if it's an American military complex, then it belongs to America. It doesn't belong to Texas.
I wish it was like a list of like 3 to 5 things or however many it is. Like that Texas would like to see America as a whole doing. Like, why do you want to leave? And I like to see those lists of things because that list may make me look at it and be like, yeah, we should be fucking doing this shit. Let's vote on it. Let's not let Texas separate from us. We might want the same things. You know, instead of being like, fuck it, I don't want to have a conversation. We just want to go out on our own. It's like, but why?
To be honest, I agree with some things like that. Other states have those. Like when it came to like the fucking like the COVID and all of that stuff, and then like the mask mandates, you can't leave your house. Those are infringements on your freedom.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of states that were like, fuck you don't have the right to try to take my freedoms away. I'm with them on that.
Yeah.
Like, I agree completely. Like, if the vaccine's so great, then me not having it isn't endangering you. If you have the vaccine, you're safe. We're both good. I don't want to take it. You're already protected. Everybody's happy.
Right.
What's the problem here? I should be able to live my life the way I want. So should you. I'm with that. I understand like what Texas, in my opinion, which could be wrong, what Texas and other like super red states want is the right to chart their own course. I get it. However, fighting isn't going to work. You're better off just moving to another country. If you don't want to live in America, you just need to leave.
You said move to another country. I can see so many in Texas, so many people in Texas telling other people that, and they doing all the complaining.
Yeah.
Why don't you move to another fucking country?
And what is this thing about Texas is gonna fight? Like, what if they just say we don't want to fight the U.S. We just want to secede? The seceding has the in the comments and conversations about seceding, it has nothing to do about like what they say revolutionary against the U.S. They just want to be their own independent state.
The problem is that's a very short conversation. The conversation goes like this: we want to secede, no, and that's it forever, because there's no reason America would ever say yes.
And that could potentially start a fight, even if
I would never say yes. I would never say yes.
Well, you wouldn't, but if
America will never say yes.
Let me ask you guys this, Mr. Fife and Sabis, do y'all feel like even proposing something like that, do y'all feel like this is treasonous activity? Like based on your opinion, not of course it is for America, but do you feel like it's treason?
Fife can go ahead first.
I feel like anything that doesn't go along with the agenda of the United States can be considered treason. So I'd have to say it technically would be treason against the United States. Not saying it's wrong or right, but anything that doesn't go to their agenda seems to be would be treason. You know, if I said this is the Republic of Wisconsin, that would be treason. And we're like, would never win a war. What are we gonna do? Throw cheese at people? Let's hope they're lactose intolerant.
I'll destroy all the cheese. You'll never have a delicious pizza again.
I actually feel like we should go to negotiations if they're talking about that, because I like cheese.
I do too.
I'll be like, wait a minute now. Hold on. They talk about
let's not go crazy.
Right.
Let's not go crazy.
Let's hit them out real quick.
See, like Texas, y'all can't leave, but you talk about taking away the cheese.
Yeah.
Like, we need to negotiate.
Fuck that oil. I ain't never put oil on a cheeseburger.
That cow, though, where you getting that cow from for that
burger?
That's
true.
Cows are delicious.
Yeah. I do got the mega farms out
you
there.
got cheese, but you ain't got the hamburger to put the cheese on top to melt it with.
Wisconsin, I know people probably be screaming at the monitor saying Wisconsin got cows, but fucking Texas got
like
the mega
Texas.
farms.
I like Texas.
Cheese is good on everything, though. So I can put cheese on like broccoli and cauliflower, carrots. I can put cheese like turkey. Like I'm just saying. All I'm saying is cheese is universal.
Yeah.
Beef is just delicious in and of itself. Like it's just delicious. If I don't know how I would
know what to pick.
How far
I don't know what I was like. Okay,
hey, that's why. That's why in that meeting, I'm gonna be the guy with Django. How about we all think it was a great idea? Straight up. Let's all slow the fuck down. We talk about taking beef off the table and cheese. Like we going crazy at this point.
I'm like that Dave Chappelle where it's like, man, that's some good ass cheese. I was how come you tell me the cheese is this good?
All right, you gotta pick one. You lose one forever. I already know what Savius will pick because he's practically vegetarian. But you got to pick beef or cheese.
Beef.
You give up beef or you keep beef?
I'm gonna keep beef because beef make cheese.
No, if you keep beef, cheese is gone forever. Cheese just somehow magically disappears.
Give me beef.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go beef too.
I'm just thinking beef is protein. What you gonna do if you just eat cheese?
Cheese is protein.
It ain't enough. I'm sure it's not
With enough of it would be. You just gotta keep eating it.
You're gonna have to put a plunge over your asshole though to get the fucking shit out of it. Somebody have to actually put their foot on your ass with the plunger.
Five guys use the bathroom.
I'll probably
Passport bros.
Angeles and created an album called Bangin' on Wax. And one of the songs on that album was called Crippin' Ain't Easy. And
What the fuck do Crippin' got to do with Passport bros?
I was curious.
I was wondering. I was like, what kind of video is this got to do with?
Well, they've been. Let's go down.
But I recognize the voice. I
know what the hook was. The hook is this: Crippin' ain't easy, but it sure is fun. And I thought about that in preparing for this video about the Passport Bros. Being a Passport Bro isn't easy, but it sure is fun. As depicted in this photo that you see before me. Here we have a dapper black man with all of these haters upset that he's...
Oh my God.
It's accurate though. Nah, it's accurate.
Bro, I feel like this is dog whistling for black women that hate us, bro. Look at these women.
That is hilarious.
Can I ask a question? What am I looking at here?
So I'm
not gonna put words to explain it.
I'm listening while eating my cheese, but
I'll let somebody else put words to it, but it is accurate and hilarious.
Clearly, I haven't seen this video before. All right.
I haven't seen this video either.
No, motherfucker, don't you walk away when it's time to
I'm
explain
still
this
here.
shit.
No, I need to hear what's happening. I was just grabbing
Let me see.
So they basically, the picture is depicting that the women, man.
So there's a lot of trending events with this Passport Bros. It's a community of traditionally it was white males, historically white males that would look for brides and wives in other countries because they felt like the westernized woman was not traditional. And one of the arguments that American westernized women are they looking for a traditional man, but the man are saying these westernized women are not traditional. So they're going overseas for traditional women that tend to have more cultural backgrounds and history of like being family oriented and wanting to stick for kids, whereas the westernized women are more into what they say girls trips, buying Gucci bags and basically showing out versus holding the same family interests, I guess. However, the new passport trend now, Passport Bros, has seemed to take in the black community, especially men, where now they're going overseas. In some cases, they're looking for traditional women as well to be wives and hold those family values. However, there is a group of Passport Bros that are actually going to these other countries basically just to smash women because it's, I guess, easier and they don't have to spend as much money on these overseas women who they feel it might be easier to basically have smash with. I don't know.
Why are these women all fat in these pictures?
I was waiting.
Or this child that's horrified.
Basically, statistic wise, there's like 80% of like African American women are considered obese. So it's like it's an astronomical number compared to the black community. So yeah.
Who went out on a limb and said that shit?
Statistically, it's like in black demographics, it's like 80% of black women are considered overweight.
I would gamble that if you looked up the census data, it would support that.
Yeah, this is not a new thing. This is not like new data that shows this. This has been like data since I want to say maybe like the 80s, and progressively it seems like it's just climbing.
But in
So
America, there's an obesity epidemic anyway. But
Yeah,
in
I
like
was
when
about
it
to
comes
say
to
this kind of reminds me of the welfare comparison. Like, it's a lot of other races just as much on welfare as it is black, but somehow we always take the brunt of everything. There's more black people on welfare. There's more black people overweight. There's more black people getting COVID. There's more black crime. Like,
well, those statistics, depending on how you use it, can play or work against your favor. You can manipulate statistics a certain way. The the welfare thing, just by numbers alone, does not substantiate that black people are more on welfare because it's just not enough black people. But if you compare the statistics within the black community, so when I say like the 80% of black women are obese, this is just black women. They're not even for white women. It's a different stat because they're not looking at white women. This is just 80%. So you basically saying 8 out of 10 black women are overweight. That's what they're basically saying.
man, these women are hot and they angry and they're big. And this one that's pointing at old boy is just
the I was laughing earlier. Like if you start on the left of the leftmost picture and look in the background all the way through both pictures, that shit is not a pretty picture.
Yeah, that picture is
like some
not.
of them in the background are fucking monstrous. Like,
So,
what is that?
Savius, do you see something familiar?
What, the suit?
That's what I was about to say. Nigga.
On the
What,
left
me
picture.
being the black man in the suit, motherfucker?
No. The little girl in the left-hand picture is making the same face I made when you abandoned me in Wisconsin.
So yeah,
All
one
he
of
left me was a cowboy hat.
well, man, Papa was a Rolling Stone. That's all I can say. Man. I had to leave my hat somewhere.
That's what they say about most black men. So this is what the fuck. Yeah, this is horrible.
Black women, kids, and everybody else is upset that he is exploring his options. And of course, the passport bros get hate in America. And videos like this pretty much signify the hatred towards them.
All right, passport bros, step into my office real quick. Listen, I know that most of you guys have Peter Pan syndrome and y'all really don't want to grow up. And you guys like to live in this world of delusion. But here's a news flash for you fellas. The women are not mad that you guys are going overseas and basically participating in prostitution. Well, sisters...
You know, I was thinking before he even started talking, I don't give a fuck if he going with what I'm saying or not. I wouldn't listen to him for shit.
Are irritated about is that...
No.
Oh.
You go overseas and trick your...
He looks like he's in the I guess they call them cupcakes or cheese pizza.
Money off, and you're coming back home harassing sisters and telling them that they're undesirable. These women don't really care that y'all are going overseas and basically being tricks and simps because y'all aren't desirable anyway. Most men who participate in the passport movement are undesirable. I know y'all gonna come.
I thought he was a passport when it first started.
No, he's trying to get famous by saying things that people.
Yeah, because a lot of people use women, black and white women, to get their shit going.
Yeah.
I often tell black women, when you see shit like this, they're using you, just like the black women in entertainment are using you guys. When you scrolling down Facebook or Twitter and you click on something and the guy start off saying, if he can't take care of your baby because it's with another man, he ain't no man. Like they just feeding into your shit.
Yep.
And they trying to get the clicks and views. They don't give a fuck about you and they really think it's stupid. They're using you.
They're telling you what you want to hear, and they're trying to make money off of your insecurity.
Clearly, he's doing that. I don't see somebody else trying to find their happiness, no matter what race or sex you are. I don't see how that is an attack on me.
That's my whole thing with this passport, bros. Like the dudes that's like just going to smash women or whatever. That's, I mean, that I think that's wrong and that's bogus. Now the ones that, if they saying they can't find a traditional woman or wife in the U.S. or a westernized country, and they decide to go to another country, I'm like, hey, why should anybody really care? I mean, if these women are so upset about it, I mean, so I see it on both sides. Like, I don't think that women should really care. I mean, like this, you're supposed to be finding love in the wife, so more of the merrier, right? You find your wife, your partner, who else should care. So I don't see it on either side. Like,
I actually find it hard to believe that there's a large amount of passport bros that are just going out of the country to smash. Because it costs a lot of money to go out of the country.
I was just thinking
You
that.
could spend that money here and smash with a lot less effort. Like, I don't, like, if you just wanted to smash like random chicks, it's way cheaper to do it here than to fly to another country.
Right, because they probably going to another country. You paying, $10-$20 for the sex, but it costs you $1,500 to get there.
Right? I'm like, the amount of money, that's months of fucking here. Like I don't know, like, unless you're just really poor with finances, like.
well, oh, sorry.
No, I'll do.
I think part of it is there's the perception of personality. So like there's a lot of within the culture in a westernized country that the women won't date you if you don't make a certain amount of money. The myth was triple six has got to be 6 foot tall, 6 foot certain
6 feet 6 inches,
lifts. Yeah,
six figures.
yeah. So a
Yeah.
lot of
I'm screwed.
No, but I'm saying, like, you could fly to Vegas for a couple of $100 and prostitution's legal there.
Yeah. And
Like, if you're just going
legal.
somewhere to fuck. I'm just saying, if you're going
Right.
somewhere to smash, you could do it in Vegas for way less.
And prostitutes are generally nice. They're generally.
I could take you down to the train station and get you a woman.
Yeah, like
Well,
you
if you got the right
all way
connection
across the country for somebody's personality.
Yeah, if you got the right connections.
And I'm not saying
$40.
you wrong. I believe it, but it's just like that's stupid. You can do that all here.
Well, two things. It's attitudes, like they said, traditional like women overseas have a nicer attitude. Is now what you mentioned, like other illegal activities in the majority of the states here, where it's legal in Las Vegas.
That's true.
So
y'all wouldn't even think about the legal part of it. It is legal.
There ain't nothing illegal about escorts. Let me say that.
Yeah,
they're just companions.
Yeah, but you're supposedly not paying for extracurricular activities.
Let's be completely honest. If you take care of yourself, like you're in somewhat good shape, and you make 60 grand, you could just go fuck. It's like you can.
I will say from personal like experience, like I'm a pretty in decent shape, so I'm not like overweight and all this other stuff like some of you guys. But the picture of like it's easier for an overweight guy basically to be considered attractive overseas than it is in the U.S.
I beg to differ.
Well,
I think there's a scale. I think, like for men, there's you have to have like a really high quality somewhere. So you either have to have really good game, or you have to have money, or you have to be in really good shape. All you need is one though. One of the things. As long as you have one of the things, you're going to be able to smash. As long as you have one.
I
Like
agree with that.
most people kill themselves trying to be everything. You don't have to be everything. Just specialize. Be
I've been a
funny.
big dude all my life, and women
Be
has
the funny
never.
guy.
Women have Sabian's been my neighbor forever. He know women ain't never been a problem for me.
I could agree with that. So, like what Kara said, you got one or the other. So you got the three. So what if you don't have neither three? You don't have a game. You don't have a mouthpiece. You don't have the money. Well, you don't have the
Well, you're not getting anything.
requirement of money. But it's still easier overseas. If you're overweight, in some places of the world, that is seen as wealth.
Wealth, yeah.
But if
Because
you
have enough money to eat.
That
but
double
if you
Big
have,
Mac.
but you can supersize a girl. It's all good. No, but if you have the money to travel overseas, you have the money to fake like you have enough money, so you can just be a liar. I'm just saying, dudes do it. I'm just like, dudes do
I
it.
mean,
Yeah,
And
it's still cheaper
successful.
though. I mean, granted, like, look, if you spend, you get the initial trip to travel to another country, yeah, you get one flat expensive fee. But, you may
How
in
long are you
certain
staying
countries,
there?
huh?
How long are you staying there?
I don't know. I'm not a passport bro, so I don't know. I guess they stay a weekend, a month. I don't know. Depends.
So
He said a weekend or a month.
this,
Imagine somebody giving that to you, like, how long we gonna be here? I don't fucking know. A weekend, a month? Like, damn. That's
Well,
a
so
huge,
2 to 30 days. That's a big difference.
that's a
But
huge difference.
depending on where you go in the world, that could be a lot of money or very little
That's
compared
true.
to U.S. currency.
I know a lot of
30
guys.
days in the U.S. at a hotel may run you $10,000. 30 days in, I don't know, Philippines may run you $500.
my homie, he's getting married in the Philippines. He told me when he first went over there, and I know this isn't the same way for every country. He's like, it don't matter if you're fat, 4 foot tall, holes, no, missing teeth, and they see a dude come off that plane into the Philippines, they flock. Those women will flock to you because they
Hey,
instantly think you got money.
I noticed you
Consider
didn't. I noticed you didn't include color in there.
Well,
What's color got to do with it? They see a dude get off the fucking plane who's not from the Philippines,
and they flock no matter who.
and they
country
fucking they
wise,
flock.
depending on where you go, like you mentioned the Philippines, the U.S. currency is, I don't know exactly how much it is compared to the Philippines, but
If
Well,
you have
Karen
$1,000, you're rich. You
yeah,
could
Garrett
build.
showed us that. Remember that it was a nice apartment, like
Mhm.
downtown Skyline for $500 a month or something crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
You could
nuts.
build
Right.
a really nice house in the Philippines when he was showing me for
Mhm.
$20,000 US.
So
And that's like a really nice house
exactly.
in
So
Philippine standards.
so they see you an American, they like, oh, he got at least, I don't know. I'm just saying, maybe they like, oh, he got at least $20,000. He can afford to fly over here. He must have money.
Yeah. I'm
See,
thinking if you flew over there to move, I think you at least have like 200,000, $250,000.
It's $1,000 alone for a plane ticket when I got one there.
This is one of those situations where I agree with like Andrew Tate. Just become a better man. Just work on yourself. And I merge his philosophy or there. It's not just him. There's a lot of guys who have philosophy with like a business philosophy. So just pick an avenue and become good at it, and you'll be successful with women. If that's your goal.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying, if your goal is to be successful with women, pick one of the things women care about and do good at it. Become funny, get game, make money, get in good shape. Working on your confidence is going to be the hardest one because you're going to have to keep walking up and getting rejected because it's going to happen because you're going to be awkward at fun. But that's all it is. Like once you get over being awkward and you pick a thing and you stay in that lane, you're fine.
And most importantly, don't look like this fucking
On
guy.
here trolling me, man. But facts are facts. So let's stop these false.
What'd
you say, Sapis?
All I'm saying is, which one is easier? You going to the gym, doing all this other stuff, learning how to be social may take years for certain individuals versus buying a trip, a plane ticket, and going there because they see you as American to get
Anything worth having, you have to work for. Anything worth having, you have to work for. Yeah, you're gonna go over there. You're gonna be there a weekend to a month, and then you're gonna come home and you're gonna be the same worthless loser you are now. You're better off just making yourself better.
Damn.
I agree. All I'm saying is which one is easier. That's all I asked. Which one is
easier?
easier?
Yeah, easier.
Both of y'all agreeing to the same thing.
No.
Narratives in 2023.
Let's go back to that picture. You see, this man looks like the future is bright, and where he's going, it's a lot of opportunity. And of course, it could be a lot of opportunity, but also where you're going, people are looking to use you. It's very possible. You see, when you come out of your house every day, or you're walking around every day, you don't know who's watching you, and you don't know who wants to set you up. What do I mean? Well, on the flip side, in America, you're hated because you want women to be more submissive and that you want to leave. But when you get there, you're hated that you have more money, and a lot of local women would want to talk to you. On either side of the fence, somebody dislikes you. And
Plantation, bro.
What?
Yeah, they bogus.
I know a little bit about this.
I know. That's just hilarious, though.
This was from my understanding. I'm not a whole lot experienced, but I believe there was a lawsuit against Hooters maybe a couple years ago where some oversized women were saying they were being discriminated against from being hired from Hooters because they were oversized. So they opened up a couple chains, I guess, across the U.S. where they had oversized employees at Hooters. But he bogus as hell for putting that shit up there.
Yeah,
that's
that's
not
fucked up.
Hooters.
And I don't like the message. First of all, the message is so wrong on so many different levels. For one, it's basically saying, like, you know, every woman is overweight, has nefarious intentions, and is evil and mean, and skinny girls are more pleasant to deal with. When these bitches at the bottom will give you more of a problem than women at the top. And then it's also saying that black women are more overweight than other races. Like,
that was the part that drew me. I'm like, there's no melanin in that last picture. That's the part that I didn't like. I was like, there's like not a. There's like one drop of melanin amongst all five of them.
Yeah, I don't like that message. I mean, the women at the bottom, I'm gonna be honest, since I've fucked both sides, the women at the bottom may be nicer to take out, but the women at the top got the better pussy and head.
because of that, we've had 8 passport bros killed in Colombia in the past 3 months. I want to take this time to honor them, as many of them have lost their life looking for a better way in other countries.
Which, I'm sorry for pausing it again, I was thinking earlier when you guys was talking, everybody talking about how easy it is to deal with the women overseas. It's almost like they talking about like the women other places are automatic heaven. Like wherever you go, you're going to be fine. Nobody has any nefarious intentions against you. I think it's sending the wrong message.
Well, hence, that's why I kind of chose this video.
You
As you see the title.
You don't even speak these people fucking language. So the bitch can be telling somebody on the phone, yeah, when you come in, just shoot him in his fucking head. And you wouldn't even know. You just sitting there because she's smiling like, oh my God, yeah, she's got long black silky hair and she's thin.
But of course, before we get into that, the story that really got all of this bubbling for me was in 2022, we lost Timothy Revel Reed. He was a man that decided to go from Atlanta to Barranquilla, Colombia. Well, and of course, this is what happened.
I did it. I have my apartment, my restaurant, and 2 other apartments. In a great location for the restaurant on a very busy street. We got one thing, but several things accomplished. Now it's the next move is to open a restaurant. So hopefully that will happen very shortly. Get ready for cute spicy ribs and fish. As you can see, I am tired. It was a stress, y'all. I'm not gonna even lie. It was very stressful.
Where'd you go to Colombia?
The language barrier. He don't trust me. I don't trust him. But I mean, I had more trust in him because I gave him all my money. But he was, you know, looking to see It was real. I mean, it was just too much. Just too much. Had to get his family members out of the apartment. Still got to get the one upstairs out the apartment.
That story right there really caught my attention about what could happen to you in Colombia. But then there is 59-year-old Gregory Stewart Owens. He was gunned down in Cartagena during a robbery attempt in October 2023. But then there's this young man, Johnny Jerome. He was only 45. He was found dead in a jacuzzi in a luxury suite in Medellin, November the 2nd. He was killed the day after celebrating his birthday with a cut.
So, like we was talking about the topic earlier about, Texas being its own country. Everybody was talking, we were going over the subject, and nobody wanted to speak about the elephant in the room. Race. I don't give a fuck if anybody who's listening to this tired of hearing about race. It's a thing. Like, I don't know what possessed that. Rest in peace to these brothers. What the fuck was they thinking?
Well, my thing is, like, I never saw this video, so I'm kind of going in with the blind eye. I don't consider that to be what these brothers are doing. Well, I don't know about this last guy, this Johnny Jerome, but the other two gentlemen that they talked about earlier, I don't consider them as what we call the passport brothers. Like the first dude was talking about opening a restaurant, and the other dude, I'm considering the term what we relate to passport bros is going to another country trying to find this wife or partner.
I'm not talking about that, brother. I'm talking about why the fuck are you going someplace where you're tolerated as a tourist and not celebrated as a human?
Why the fuck are you in Colombia?
Why are you in Colombia? Like,
there's horror stories you can just read about Colombia.
Am I the only one who know this?
Yeah.
People flee Colombia.
No, not in Colombia.
They're showing I don't what Mel whatever Colombia. That's the fucking one of the big hot spots for the fucking cartel.
I was
That's
like me leaving here and moving to Tijuana. Like, what the fuck are you
the
doing?
The language barrier is probably what got that first guy killed. Like, he didn't know what was going on, and with all the cartels and stuff, he probably stepped on somebody's toes.
3 things going against them. It's the language barrier, they're black, and they're American.
I don't even think the black has anything to do with it.
How come it don't? Do you have any Hispanic friends?
Because Colombia is dangerous for white people, black people, Americans, anybody that's not native to Colombia. I know Hispanic
ain't
women
on the same fucking level. You killing a white person may push the president to wage war. You killing a black person, that
seems rich.
Bro, let's just keep it real, bro.
I know Hispanic people who are afraid to go to Colombia because they're like, no, unless my family or something is going to treat me there, like they know I'm American. They don't go to fucking Colombia.
most of the I don't know a lot of Colombians, but as far as white and black people in Mexico, like, bro, that's moving into their towns and shit is a no go. They're killing you at some point. Like, I don't know how these brothers didn't know that. Like, you left somewhere that was familiar, and these are big. I can tell these are big black men. You left somewhere that was familiar with people was terrified of you to go to be an alien somewhere else. Like, I hate to sound mean, but if they was alive, I really asked them, like, what the fuck was you thinking? What are you looking at? They must have been looking at that picture we saw when it was the big black girls and the Colombian looking bit. Like you're romanticizing shit, bro. Look at you. He's a fucking listen, bro. Those 2 brothers are a raisin in a glass of milk, bro. Like, what was the sense of
I'm not arguing with that. Like I said, I can't really defend on why they would chose Colombia on that. Like you said, Colombia is known as one of the exporters of
and mind you, I know there's Colombians that's darker than this brother. And I hate to use a drug dealer, for example, like everybody over there sells drugs. I don't think that. But Pablo Escobar, right-hand man, Blackie, was darker than this dude. His name was Blackie, though. This is his friend. This is what they call him, Blackie. And he speaks the language. He's from over there. Okay, so he checked off 2 boxes. I said it's 3 you got to check. You a fucking American, bro.
Yeah, see, I think it's more Americanized. If you're outside of the country, they see you as coming to the country, then you have money.
But
Kind
I
of like what we
said
talked
I
about the
said
passport
that though.
bros
They
earlier.
took a white college kid. What's his name? Oh, I forgot his name. But anyway, he was the drug cartel witch doctor. It was Gustavo or some shit. They fucking put that white kid head on a spike and buried his body and had part of his body parts in a cauldron.
So why'd you say the black being an issue if they did this to a
Because
white
it
dude?
is an issue. It's one of their issues. Just because white people share similar issues don't mean you have to know your audience. Like killing a white person, like let's just say on a scale of 1 to 10, a white person from America that's not from there is an 8. I have to say a black man is a 10. Everybody's afraid of a black man. Let's just be real. Like that's what I'm saying. Let's not pretend for the sake of pretending, bro. Black people are afraid of a big black man. Everybody on here except for Mrs. Fife is 6 feet and up. We know that. You're gonna go somewhere where stereotypically these people are smaller than you. You big. You from America. You black. Both of these. The first brother sounded like he was from Harlem or some shit. You gonna tower over these fucking people with your fucking money. You got their sisters and everybody putting on makeup, going crazy for you. You got this big bag of fucking money. We not supposed to fucking kill you? Like, what are you brothers thinking?
I don't even think the height, the black. Me personally, I don't think it is height. I think it's more American or seen as a foreigner because like I said, I've seen other Hispanics born and raised in America,
You
but
don't think
have
height is a part
heritage.
of intimidation?
Well, a part of intimidation, but if he was a 5'5" black dude and wasn't big, I think he would still be in the same circumstance he is if he was 6'4".
beg to differ.
I think he was just in the. Well, I guess we agree to disagree, but I don't think it would have made a difference. I
I'm
think they
talking
saw
about
him
the
as a
package.
foreigner
I'm not
first.
making it the primary problem. I'm talking about the package in its totality. He's got too many fucking things going against him to think this was gonna work.
I don't
Yeah,
think
he
it would
looking
have
to
worked.
like the black Kratos. As a black man myself, I wouldn't be intimidated by him. But bro, people stereotype. As human beings, we stereotype, bro. If you doing business with somebody that look just like motherfucking Pablo Escobar, and he's got the swag and everything of that motherfucker, you gonna be a little intimidated, bro. People, we stereotype. You got white guys who look like the typical racist white guy. You get pulled over by a cop with a box fucking, military fucking haircut looking like somebody's sergeant. You understand? And got a fucking square head with a square jaw. You're gonna think away. This is the shit that humans don't like to talk about. Let's talk about it, bro.
I
Let's
think it's
talk
more
about it. That nigga
American.
look intimidating, bro.
I don't think, like I said, I think if he was 5'5", he was a scrawny black dude. I, other than initial attention, I think he would have got the same treatment. He might have got more attention because he's taller, but I don't think him being a black 6 foot over 6 feet or whatever would have changed the circumstance. If he was 5'5",
It would. You just said it. More attention. That's more likelihood of something happening.
I just saying he would have got noticed more, but
That's
I don't
enough.
think it would have changed the outcome. I think it's more culturally.
Listen. Let's say me and you trying to cross the border with 10 kilos of cocaine, but we in a black sedan, right? And some white cops pull us over. You may feel like I think they would have pulled us over anyway because we black. But I'm here to but no, you didn't even let me land. Let me finish. But having a pink fucking Beetle with neon green balloons fucking on the back of the antenna, it kind of make it a little bit easier. Now we're more noticeable to more cops. We might have got pulled over even quicker. It don't you I guess you saying it don't matter either way, but I'm telling you it do because it makes the likelihood higher. You understand? This nigga probably came to Columbia and was the tallest person there. Just saying, bro. The motherfuckers are not big people. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. Like I said, I do think attention wise, but
Mhm.
I think it's foreigner first before anything else. If he was a
Okay.
5'5" dude, they'd have been like, this dude. As soon as they might not have realized it until he started speaking. Oh, this dude coming around here, he a foreigner. Let's
So
get him.
you think everybody basically that's outside American possibly can think like the Canadians? Canadians say they're not racist; they just don't like America.
It depends on where you are. I think Colombia specifically, they don't like foreigners, especially Americans. At least from my experience, and the Colombians I've talked to, I've had a Colombian friend born and raised in Colombia, and he told me, he was like, you should come to my country. And I was like, oh yeah, maybe I'll come one day. And he was like, don't let them know you're American. You better speak Spanish when you come to Colombia. And I was like, I'm not coming to Colombia.
Mr.
You
Fife, you
set it
going to
up.
Colombia?
Huh?
You going to Colombia? You a Caritas?
Hell no.
I ain't going to no fucking Colombia for one fucking reason, and you know the reason. Cobra, you been to a hostile place before? Even in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
What's the one thing that there's the golden rule when you're there, and you're in that position?
In a hostile place?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't.
You gotta. Your goal is to fucking blend. You're fucking 6'5", and everybody else is 5'6". Man, you're not
Oh, I
blending.
can't blend.
You're the fucking.
You can't blend either.
You walk across the street, and they're gonna be the big. Pinpoint him right there. You know he ain't
Yeah.
from there.
Yeah, you can't. You cannot.
I've been to places where like they thought I was what, Dominican? Yeah. They like, oh
But
yeah.
I could see that for you, not for
But
him or me.
but like I'm saying, my friend said speak Spanish when you come to Colombia. Don't speak any English. If they find out you're American, you're in trouble.
I feel like Caritas can get away with going there, or you can go. You can get away with going to the Dominican Republic, and I feel like me and Mr. Fife are gonna have problems.
Oh, well, Caritas.
See, habla español.
Caritas.
I said,
We are.
sí, habla español.
And if Caritas 15 years ago with the ponytail definitely would have been able to get away with it. Like that motherfucker. He looked like he come to speak on the behalf of a cartel when he had that ponytail. Straight up.
Caritas
Kind
know
of
the
miss
story.
it. Kind of miss it.
Caritas know the story. One of my friends was like, yeah, bring your I think she said Puerto Rican friend. I was like, who you talking about? She was like, yeah, bring your Puerto Rican friend. I'm like, who are you talking about?
I give off as soon as you see me. I give off the Horn of Africa, and Mr. Fife give off Sicily like a motherfucker. So I don't
And two women he met on a dating app. Stop the show. Let's talk about these dating apps. It's getting so bad that the United States government has said this to Americans using dating apps in Colombia.
A warning for people using dating apps in Colombia. Apps are being linked to the recent deaths of several Americans visiting the country. Let's unpack this. In the last 2 months, 8 American tourists have died suspiciously in the Colombian city of Medellin. The US Embassy in Bogota have said some of these victims were drugged and robbed after meeting people on dating apps. Criminals use dating apps to lure victims to meet in public places such as hotels, restaurants, and bars, and then later assault and rob them, they said. The embassy has also said that this is part of a broader trend and that there has been an increase in incidents involving the use of online dating apps to lure victims, especially foreigners. They didn't disclose which specific apps. They have encouraged visitors to be vigilant and to maintain heightened situational awareness.
And it goes back to my point of the crime being targeted towards passport bros when they come to Colombia. And this was very summed up.
That looks beautiful right there.
Motherfuckers don't belong there. That's half the fucking issue.
I mean, they gonna hate us for saying it, but fuck them.
A good YouTuber called Life with David about how American men are being targeted.
It's a very profitable business.
Oh, they said American men.
That's
to
what I'm
save
saying.
his point.
Like, you American? Oh, you got
Okay.
money. It's just like what I said earlier with the passport bros. They assume that you're American, that you have money. And compared to their currency, you do.
But check this out. We're not even at 6 minutes yet. and the video's 12 minutes, we'll see if a white person
It's a business, and it's a very profitable business here in Medellin, scamming foreign guys, females scamming foreign guys here in Colombia, and Medellin especially. And it's not just females. It's not just the females doing this. These are groups. These are what they call bandillas, right? Local gangs up in the neighborhoods that, these are organized groups that are doing this, sending out the females, finding the females, and when those females like trap those guys, they have one or two guys in the groups waiting,
which will explain why they so nice. You know what I'm saying?
for them to help them out if they need help. It's an organized effort, and because they saw that it was successful, because tourism is picking up and a lot of foreigners are coming here, and with a lot of money and a lot of guys coming here because of those certain reasons and going up to those kind of girls, they saw the success, they saw the easy money. So what happens? More people, more groups start copying and start implementing the same strategy, the same scam.
Let's go back to Philip Mullins. He was a 32-year-old Tennessee man.
He look like Mr. Fife. Sabius Wiz.
Foreigners, man.
He does not look like me.
He's got a beard. Hey man, you compare me to Session Entertainer, bitch. You his twin. If I look like Session Entertainer, motherfucker, straight up, that's your fucking identical twin. Y'all came out the same womb.
Found dead in a room at the upscale 1 Million Suites Hotel in Medellin after a night out with a woman. Now, this particular man is the only Asian man on the roster, Tu Zhang. He was from Minnesota, and his story went worldwide.
I would have never guessed he was from Minnesota, but
I'm telling you, man.
I would have never guessed he was from Minnesota. I know that's fucked up, but
that's racist.
He don't look like he's from. Well, never mind. He don't look like he's from Minnesota. Fuck it.
He's not pale enough to be from Minnesota.
Yeah.
He was beaten to death with a blunt object after he had been set up from a woman he had been dealing with for a long time. If you don't remember that story, here's a news clipping.
Tonight, the family of a Minnesota man desperate for answers after they say he was kidnapped and killed while visiting Colombia.
I'm out of words to describe. I don't even know how I feel right now.
50-year-old Tu Zhang, an artist and activist, had been traveling in South America when he called his brother asking for money while on a date Sunday night.
This time he was like, hey, do you have a couple of thousand? I was like,
See, as a black man, if I would have saw those last two stories, I'd have known there's no hope for me. No, you're right, but that's my feeling. Though that's what my intent is, take me from my protection. If they don't mind killing an Asian dude and a white man, I know they'll kill me. I know they will.
Yeah, no problem. When do you want it? He said, I want it now. I'm in this bit of a situation here. I go, oh, yeah, I can do that.
His family growing more fearful when Zhang stopped responding to texts.
Woke up in the morning at 7 a.m. I text him back and say, hey, I thought you said you need money. You still want the money? Text me back if you still want the money. No answer.
According to a local prosecutor, Zhang was kidnapped during a date and killed when he could not make the payment. His body later found in a wooded area.
Well, damn, they was impatient as hell. The dude was calling the next morning for the money.
Hey man, y'all seen what's that movie, Man on Fire and all that stuff? Yeah,
I'm definitely the creasy bear. Listen, I swear to God, I was just thinking to myself, and that's why I'm getting a gun. No matter if I go here, Africa, I don't give a fuck where I go. Just point me to where I can buy a gun.
See, I got too many. I look like too many other people, so I have to carry protection at all times. Somebody be like, "Oh yeah, my brother, you from Nigeria?" Or "My brother, you from the Dominican or wherever else?" You know.
Yeah,
so
I got to have a gun.
I might just get mistaken.
Now, Carrotus, they gonna know Carrotus is not from Africa immediately, although he will blend in Colombia.
In stab wounds. His family still searching for answers about how this shocking crime unfolded.
I was confused. To be honest with you, I don't know why, what the motive is.
Zhang had visited Colombia in the past, posting photos and videos to social media as recently as October with an unidentified woman.
With my girl.
Now, if he was with a big bitch, he'd still be alive. You see what I'm saying? That skinny bitch didn't want to keep staying with the same person. She wanted to take that body and shop it around. See what I'm saying?
A refugee from Laos, Zhang and his family.
You say what?
I just said that's so wrong.
I'm just saying, everybody want the same things, man, you know?
Moved to St. Paul when he was a child. In recent years,
that bitch was skinny as hell with big ass man hands. You just fucking, she thin. I like it. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know how true it is.
She did, nigga. I go back to her, like, bro.
When they first showed her, I had a thought in my mind. I was like, "Is that a dude or something?"
Got some big ass man hands, and he just like, "Oh my god, she's fun." She looks like the bitch from Seinfeld who was crushing them fucking lobster tails by hand, like, bruh. Big ass fucking chin, and then you're skinny, and that's the American standard. We just thin. Like, this bitch ain't even got nothing to fuck. Like, what the fuck?
Looking like she could shingle a roof by herself.
Bro, he got killed from fucking with Jack the Pumpkin King. Like,
social media as recently as October with an unidentified woman.
With my girl.
A refugee from Laos, Zhang and his family moved to St. Paul when he was a child. In recent years, he became a well-known comedian and community activist. Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar issuing a statement saying in part, quote, "This is a heartbreaking tragedy. Tujer was an incredible..."
They had to update this bitch on who he was the morning she was walking in. She had no fucking idea who that man was. Look at her.
A person who was constantly...
You say what?
All these men deserved it. Fucking
working to uplift his...
You could tell she didn't know who that guy was.
Community.
He truly believes in equity work and fighting for the underprivileged. And many times I always tease him. I say, you know, you're not getting paid. Why are you doing it? But it's what motivates him.
A tragic loss made even more confounding by the mystery that still shrouds his final moments.
And he'll draw everybody in. That's the type of people he is.
He looked like a lot of different people. He looked like a Mexican on one picture, an Asian on the next. Am I saying some fucked up shit?
Man, you just dig yourself in a hole.
Oh my God.
4 people, including the minor, were arrested and charged.
You the issue?
Yeah, no, you are now.
Hey, no, rest in peace to this guy. He looked like a cool guy, but he definitely looked like 4 or 5 different people on all those pictures.
They're all probably cool guys. They're just fools.
Yeah, my only question is, I'm just wondering why everyone's calling out, like, we don't understand why this happened. This is such a mystery.
Yeah,
like, you know why this happened.
Yeah. And then his brother, you know, I guess he got to think, you know, well of him. He like, oh, he loved going over there helping out people. And I'm thinking about myself, he was helping himself, all right. He was helping out. Just get him some pussy. Like, I hate to tell you, you know what I mean? Ain't shit over there but fucking big ass palm trees and cocaine.
In Zhang's murder, November 13th, Texas resident Jeffrey Hudson was found dead in his hotel room with at least 20 stab wounds to his neck. He was killed after
this guy right
here? Texas. Yep.
That's all you heard.
Returning to his hotel suite was an 18-year-old woman he met in a dating app in Medellin. And there are many other stories here, unfortunately today, that we will not cover because I believe now you get the hint. But the whole gist of all of it is this. Black men, understand where you are. You might be disliked and hated in America for wanting what you desire. A woman who's feminine, a woman who gets it, and a woman who values you in a relationship. But you gotta understand where you're going is also dangerous. Let me tell you a story. I was telling SPK, who by the way is editing this video today, that I was walking down the street about 4 days ago. It happened to be late. I was on the phone and a motorcycle driver drove past me. At least it's what I'm believing. Now, the roads in Uganda are quite narrow, and I'll tell you why. If we could post a picture of what the roads look like, you would see that a lot of the roads are so bad, they've fallen off. So, you know, you can't walk in the ditches. But what that does, it creates an opportunity for a motorcycle driver, we call them boda people here, to steal your phone. Now, I was walking, I had my phone in my hand, and I felt like the guy didn't have enough room to take it. But when he came, towards me, I just decided to maybe clench my phone a little tighter. And when I did, the guy tried to snatch it. Now, let me just say this. The snatch from the guy was so strong, it almost broke my pinky. All right. Now, at first, I didn't feel it because I was enraged and I was telling the guy to come back and all of this. But the reality is that, hey, that guy could have got the phone. But it's not just that guy could have got the phone, right? Because even if he would have got it, I could always get a new phone. The issue is that probably was a person that was watching me, and he knows me. I don't know who he is, because in the community that I live in, he might have been seeing me go here or go there. I don't really move out so often, but hey, guys stalk you, guys watch you. They know, hey, you're from America, and when times are hard, this is how they can get you. Now, this is different than the organized gangs that are dealing with ladies, but it just goes to show you that not everybody is happy to see a foreigner or an American, and it's hard to make friends when you go to different spots, when you go to different.
I mean, you can be trying to go to a chick house in Chicago and have all this same shit happen to you.
Yeah,
that's true, but they're not going to target you because you're American. But I think you're American. They're probably just going to target you because they suspect that you have money, which
or
they will
from over there. I've been hearing about a lot of people lately being shot, and they like, I don't even fucking gangbang. Like, look, guy, I know he's on his way to the military. He had 1 week left, and they shot his car up, and he totaled it. I seen the car, and I was like, why they do that? He was like, I don't know. I'm like, that's scary, bro. I got another friend who was at the light with his girlfriend, and the car in front of them, all 4 of the doors open, and the guy started shooting up the car. He had to duck down and drive off. And so we did some investigative work, and somebody who has a car like that who shoots at them is why they shot up his car. But they almost murdered him and his girl. Like, his girl is in the car. Like, you didn't look and see it was a woman in the car. You just like, oh yeah, that's same
the
color
car. Wow. That's
shut that fuck up. It's a miracle nobody got hit because it was 3 gunmen shooting.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I don't have any rational logical reason for that. So
Chicago, the Medellin cartel, bro. It's fucked
Chirac,
up out here. Yeah.
Old tapes, mixtape, where Eminem was saying racist lyrics against black people, particularly black women.
He the one who put those tapes out a long time ago. That was eons ago.
Yeah, so, but I guess they're resurfacing, I guess, because Benzino was pointing back out, like, this is who you like, and this is one of the people you say is one of the greatest rappers of all time, and this is why Benzino doesn't consider him, one of the, greatest rappers and stuff. So,
yeah, that was the reason why he fell out of grace, because he was holding on to that bone too long. With Eminem, and it calls for everybody to diss him. 50 Cent, Eminem, The Game.
They call it the racist rap hour tapes.
The racist rap hour, that Eminem and his group at the time,
That's
3 other white guys had made this whole tape with a lot of racist stuff on it.
There was actually more records.
Yeah, where he's saying and all that shit.
Yeah, like calling black people monkeys and stuff like that.
It was when Benzino decided to say, hey, Eminem is a racist.
We need to listen to this track.
We can hear the music now.
I'll get straight to the point. Black girls are bitches. That's why I'ma tell you, you better pull up your britches. Cause all that cash is making your ass drag from the boyfriend you gangs. Black girls and white girls just don't mix because black girls are dumb and white girls are good chicks. White girls are good. I like white girls.
Black women are bad. White women are good.
So long story short, in the early 2000s, Eminem had...
What, Mr. Fife?
I was gonna
this
say,
is your subject right here.
Fife has got to make a speaking point on this one.
This is your subject right here.
Your thoughts, Mr. Fife, please.
My question was that...
You can reach Mr. Fife at AOL.
Fife. Fife.
The Life of Fife at AOL.com.
Been beefing this guy named Benzine.
Was that the racist part?
Yeah.
Well, I think there was others, but
I was gonna say that didn't even sound that bad. That part.
Wow.
Like,
pretty bad.
like, what I'm saying is like, for a whole dude to flip out about something like that was fucked. Yeah,
was
I
at
agree,
war.
but like, well, I was expecting something. You gotta realize this. Me getting into this, I was expecting something like crazy.
Yeah, that's just a typical Tuesday for Mr. Fife, ladies and gentlemen.
Dino happened to be the co-owner.
But yeah, in all fairness, y'all give Mr. Fife a lot of flack in the comments. He's borderline racist towards black people, and we're borderline racist to white people. So it's even out. So stop bitching.
actually, I take that back.
Whoa,
Curtis
whoa,
is
whoa,
not
whoa.
racist toward white people.
What?
Curtis is not racist towards white women.
Whoa.
Hey, I'll agree with that.
I got nothing against anybody. I was just coming into this. I thought this might be the tip of the iceberg for this video, but I thought that would be a lot. He'd say something crazy,
Like Kid Rock crazy.
Well, like
Yeah,
okay,
that shit.
we've all listened to most Eminem songs, especially from the early 2000s to mid 2000s. He said crazy shit about everybody else. I was just expecting him to say something crazy, you know, the racist Eminem tape. I was expecting something nuts.
And you know, the devil is always in the detail. They said he called in for the racist rap hour, which means that he wasn't the only one. So where's, you know what I'm saying?
All the rest of the.
I got you. Okay. But
The
like I said, this
Source,
could be the tip of the
basically
iceberg,
the biggest
so.
publication in
was
hip hop
Eminem,
at
Kid
the time.
Rock, and
nearing the
whoever
end of
else
this beef
in
in late
the rap hour.
2003, Benzino got his hands on some tapes of Eminem spitting some allegedly racist bars, and they called it Eminem's Racist Rap Hour tapes. So they decided to try and cancel Eminem before people were even talking about cancel culture. They released a CD of them and put them out with an issue of their magazine. Even just for that reason alone, I think this is a video worth making and a time in hip hop history worth revisiting. Now, before we get further into this video, I just want to make it very clear that I'm not suggesting Eminem's a racist. I don't think that Eminem's a racist. Actions speak louder than words, blah blah blah. But in the same vein, when you hear these tracks, they're pretty bad. They're pretty bad. Anyway, in this video, I'm going to break down the whole story of Eminem's racist rap hour tapes for you. That's how they came about. Are they even Eminem? And if so, did he get off lightly? So let's not waste any more time and let's crack right on with the
They don't
video
even sound like
after
Eminem.
you've subscribed.
Oh, it's him.
Hit that subscribe button now.
Yeah, if you heard his first album,
Trust that you've done
it
it.
sounds very
Please do not
similar
betray
to
my
his
trust.
very first album.
Okay, let's crack on with the video.
Kick a hyperspheric every time I run up on a track. You know I'm not.
So, this Benzino fella, before becoming the silent co-owner of The Source magazine, had a so-so rap career. Nothing particularly special, but he made a couple of tracks that charted in the top 50. Anyway, in 2003, after a couple of years away from music, Benzino dropped a diss track out of nowhere aimed at Eminem, called Pull Up Your Skirt, calling him the 2003 Vanilla Ice. He went on to drop a couple more and a full mixtape of Eminem disses, to which Eminem replied with 2 diss tracks of his own. You might remember this stanza in Like Toy Soldiers, where Eminem addresses the issue. No, I'm not going to rap it. You can just read it right here in front of you. You've probably heard it a few times when you were 12 and you thought this was the best rap track ever. And you thought it was extremely emotional and it really touched you. It might still touch you now. Anyway, you've read it. Let's move on. According to recent Vlad TV interviews with David Mays, the other Source co-owner, Benzino essentially went after Eminem with the diss track because he thought M was overhyped because he was white, and that his immense fame could potentially be damaging for hip-hop culture in the long term and prevent more talented black artists breaking through.
But by 2002, I think, is when 8 Mile is coming out. And this is when the media goes into kind of overdrive, the mainstream media, and it's like, you know, Eminem is the king of hip-hop, you know, he's the greatest to ever do it. You know, they're just, you know, going crazy with, you know, the way they're portraying him. And I think that, you know, rubbed Benzino the wrong way. And I think it had him thinking like, you know, this could be bad for hip hop, you know, that just like Elvis was used to change the trajectory of rock and roll music and cut out black folks.
Shout out to Vlad TV, by the way, and specifically Sean Prez.
Have you ever heard that narrative before, Mr. Fife?
What, Elvis?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. We know it's true.
Oh, okay. I was just
I mean,
because he.
I think Eminem admits it even in the song.
No, I was just talking about the Elvis part of it.
Oh hell yeah! Eminem uses Elvis as an example.
Okay.
I think it's like something like about using black music to get wealthy.
Yep. I use it to make myself wealthy. Doesn't it? Shit. Because it feels so empty. Just
He's
like
been asking
that, whatever that song is.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Literally anyone that sits down on the couch in front of him about these tapes in the last literally 2 years, like some interviews as recent as 2022. So Sean's keeping this stuff fresh in people's minds and asking people about it right now. So a lot of this interview footage that I'm going to be using from Vlad TV is like brand new, recent. So people are still talking about this. So I'm not just bringing it up randomly. Shout out to Sean Prez. Please don't copyright strike this, Sean. Please, Vlad, please do not copyright strike this, please.
Yeah.
It's fair use, bro. It's fair use, bro. It's fair use, bro. Please go watch their full interviews after this. I'll link them in the description. So in November 2003, after all the disses had been sent back and forth, 3 dudes arrived at the Source offices trying to sell tapes allegedly featuring Eminem spitting some racist freestyles.
Eminem's like, they call it the racist rap hour tapes. I was like, really? I said, man, I jumped on the next thing smoking. Met with the guys. It was like Maddox.
Maddox, what's up, man? I know you want to smile.
I don't know the other guy's name. I just was like, man, where's the tapes? How much y'all want for it? I didn't even want to have no comments. Dave wanted to hang out with. How much you want for the tapes and where they at? So they had been trying to sell them already to Irv Gotti and them. They wanted 50 bands for them. They had tapes, trying to sell the tapes for over a year. They were just trying to get 50,000. I said, I'll give you 15.
So apparently these 3 dudes who used to be friends with Eminem back in the day had been trying to sell these tapes for over a year for $50,000. So they finally ended up at the doors of the Source after all the Benzino diss track stuff happened. Benzino wouldn't give them 50k, but he did give them 15k. After the Source had got their hands on these tapes, they then held a press conference, inviting as many journalists down as possible in the hopes of encouraging some sort of national outcry and getting Eminem an old-fashioned cancelling. I know I've already played a part of this press conference and when he plays the tune, but we need to run it back because it's just so hilariously awkward.
It's the same way that you guys have treated Mike Tyson. You guys are treating Kobe Bryant. You guys have treated R. Kelly. O.J. Simpson.
That didn't age. That didn't age well.
No, it did not. No.
Music now.
I'll get straight to the point. Black girls are bitches. That's why I'ma tell you, you better pull up your bridges. Cause all that cash is making your ass drag from the boyfriend you ganked. And that's pretty bad.
Although the scandalous nature
Hearing
of
it a
Eminem's
second
lyrics
time, yeah, that is
given
pretty wild
Benzino and the
lyrics.
Source a newfound support for their claims. Perhaps the
Sounds
biggest
like
revelation
Keith
of the
David.
press conference was how bad Eminem was just 10 years ago, and how much he's improved since.
It's off the beat DVD.
Date a white girl, cause they got the rawhide.
Apparently there's 2 tracks on this tape, and the one
What's the rawhide, Mr. Fine?
What's that mean?
What's the rawhide?
Let me look at the white encyclopedia here.
you heard at that press conference came to be known as Foolish Pride. It's about 5 minutes long, just short of 5 minutes long in full, and the entire theme of it is being disrespectful towards black women. And the other one came to be known as So Many Styles. It's only 36 seconds long and features someone that calls himself Eminem saying the N-word.
There's so many times I might get thrown, and here's a place where I like to roam. And all the girls that I like to bone have the big butts. No, they don't, cause I don't like that shit. I just here to make a bigger hit. When I be kicking, the hype is dopest rhyme to say that Eminem is the best to see it of all times.
So at the end of this press conference, Benzino let everyone know that he was planning to...
What you got the rawhide?
Yeah.
What is that?
I believe he's using it as the term of untanned. Raw hide, you're not tanning the hide.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go back from what I said in the beginning here. That this is bogus.
Yeah.
This is kind of nutty. What the? Come on, Slim.
Yeah. I don't know about the
Lady, please
second one.
stand
It's
up.
I don't know about the second one. It's questionable.
Released
Yeah,
these
that
tapes on
that
a free
other rapper, I can't say for certain
That's
that
him.
was Eminem. Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounded a little off to me. But the first one, yeah, definitely was him.
CD with the next issue of the Source magazine. Shady Records did not want that to happen, so they took the Source to court in December 2003, literally the month after the tapes came out, to try and stop them publishing the recordings. Shady Records went after the Source in a copyright infringement case, and the judge actually ruled in favour of the Source. The judge only let them put a small portion of the tape.
Let's just say she had a conflict of interest.
about 20 seconds under fair use law, and I'm sure anyone that uploads stuff to YouTube will know about fair use and you know how vague it is. So 20 seconds in what was a landmark case where the people using the so-called copyright material actually won the right to publish some of it. And apparently the tape was a lot longer than the 2 tracks that we know now that are widely available online, up to an hour. Obviously, Eminem's racist rap hour. Despite Eminem's best efforts, the Source were true to their word, and they published a combined 20 seconds of both of the tracks that I've played you in February 2004, alongside their magazine that featured an article with interviews of people who claim to be friends with Eminem and who were there when the recordings were made in the early 90s. The front of the CD reads, "The Source exposes Eminem's racist songs and the secret agenda to steal hip-hop from the streets. In an attempt to suppress several blatantly racist songs Eminem recorded back when he was 21 years old, his record company, Shady Records, sued The Source this past December. In a landmark decision by federal judge Gerald E.
Can we have an honest moment for a second?
What you got?
How many people on here right now, on this pod, haven't ever said anything racist? Raise your hand if you haven't said anything racist before. All right. So Mr. Fife definitely said he
Definitely 100%.
When I met him, he had a mullet and a John Deere hat on. Like
100. He's 105% racist with a 5% chance.
We had to abandon one of our pods because of some shit Fife said in the middle of it. We couldn't edit it out because it spiraled into insanity.
Here's what I'd like to say without throwing people under the bus is I've listened to all 3 other members as well say some wild things, but there's no accusations here.
100%.
And Cobra, it wasn't a mullet. I just had long hair.
Okay. The way you had it sticking out the back, it looked like a mullet. I believe you, though.
Lynch on Monday, December 22nd, the Source was given the right, in the interest of freedom of the press, to include a total of 20 seconds from the songs on this CD.
The hype is dope is trying to say that Eminem is the best MC in of all time.
So the big question, are these tapes even Eminem? And the logical answer is yes. How could you take someone to court for copyright if you don't own the thing you're taking them to court for copyright for, if you didn't make it? So
I was just about to say to Sabius that it is him on the second one because he could have sued for that if it wasn't him.
Even just taking it to court for...
So he probably shouldn't have sued because he could have denied it. Him trying to sue, it was kind of like saying it's mine. Like it's kind of like getting caught with drugs. If you ask for a suppression of evidence and you got a drug case, that means that it's your drugs. You just want it cut down to its rawest form because all of it is not pure. So it's kind of like a hidden.
Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead.
Now I agree. Like with the question you asked earlier, like has everyone said something racist? Because of my definition of what racist means to me, I think 99% of people are racist. So white, black, whatever, they think that because of race, nothing substantial other than race makes them superior or makes them better than another race. However, I don't think that's the same as discrimination. I think discrimination is the one that should be punishable by law, should be held in court and everything. But just because you think or you have a belief that someone is superior just because of their race, I personally don't say that's a committable crime or anything. You're not doing anything wrong. You just have a belief that may be wrong or right. That's all.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I think if
Copyright
you
is
Go ahead.
now, I wouldn't say something is like, I would say that's a definition of racist. Like you thinking that your race is superior. But I wouldn't say 99% of people are racist based on that. Like, I don't think 99% of black people think their race is superior, or white 99% of white people think their race is superior. But have 99% of people said something that I would consider racist, I'd agree with that.
I'll agree with that too.
Yeah.
I would agree with what Sabia said and what you said. Because people say fucked up shit when they upset. Like, you know, we talked about the guy, Don, whatever the fuck his name was, who owned the basketball team. And he said racist shit about Magic Johnson. I felt like they shouldn't have penalized him. He thought the guy was fucking his wife. Like, if I think you fucking my wife, I'm not gonna be like, you're sleeping with this delectable gentleman and blah blah blah. I'm gonna be like, whatever he is, he white, you sleeping with this cracker. He black, you sleep with this bitch ass nigga. You know, he fat, this fat motherfucker. He skinny, this stick figured ass bitch ass. Like, when you're upset, you say things. You know what I'm saying? And if you just so happen to capture that moment, now that person has to own that forever. When you yourself, the person who is exposing 9 times out of 10, based on what we think, you've said some fucked up shit yourself. It's just not on camera.
Yeah.
So you generally just punishing them for getting caught.
Essentially admitting ownership as far as I'm concerned, because if not, you'd just take them to court for libel or slander or something else for them claiming that these tracks were you. But according to Eminem and the Shady Records team, it's not quite as simple as that. The longer track, Foolish Pride, Eminem took ownership of straight away, putting out a statement not long after the Source press conference that read, Ray Benzino, David Mays and the Source have had a vendetta against me, Shady Records and our artists for a long time. The tape they played today was something I made out of anger, stupidity and frustration when I was a teenager. I'd just broken up with my girlfriend, who was African American, and I reacted like the angry, stupid kid I was. I hope people will take for it the foolishness that it was, and not for what somebody is trying to make it into today. However, when it comes to the second recording, the 36-second one where someone drops the N-word, Eminem was less keen to claim ownership of that one. His manager Paul Rosenberg told MTV News that neither he nor Eminem had heard or heard of that first track. So let me play this again so you can judge for yourself here.
Cause I just grabbed the microphone and I just gotta get so hyper to speak in a hypertone. And so many times I might get thrown. And here's the place where I like to roam. And all the girls that I like to bone have the big butts. No they don't, cause I don't like that shit. I just here to make a bigger hit. When I be kicking, the hypest dopest rhymes to say that Eminem is the best MC in all times. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Surely if the first track is Eminem, then the second track is going to be Eminem, because it kind of sounds the same. The guy on the track says that he's Eminem. Both of the tracks are coming from the same source, no pun intended. They're coming from these three dudes who claim to know Eminem. You know, if the first one's him, so they've legitimately got their hands on that, surely that one's him too. But obviously he couldn't, even if it was, he couldn't admit that, because the amount of damage that it would do to his career and reputation is potentially unthinkable. And another thing, if it wasn't him, surely in court he could have proved that it wasn't him and prevented the Source from publishing that in their combined 20 seconds, because the Source published clips from this one too. So the judge said, yes, you can publish those clips, and Shady Records tried to stop them under copyright. So surely that suggests that Eminem owns that, because he's trying to claim that it's him. They could only put 20 seconds of that in as well. So Eminem's claimed a copyright strike against this song that he says he's never heard of.
I was about to say, do you guys think that judge was biased? Or do you think she did it within the parameters of the law? Because I think for fair use, all you have to do is like criticize or have a opening, a opposite opinion about whatever the content is.
I can't really say about the judge. I mean, it kind of goes to, a stereotype from the judge that showed earlier. But I mean, from what he's saying, it sounds like she did what was, I guess, legal according to the law.
It was hilarious to look at. It's kind of like somebody rapping that, tall black guys are idiots, and then you see, some Kareem Abdul-Jabbar ass judge, like listening to it and getting, and the plaintiffs getting the verdict that they looking for. It'd be kind of fun. It's kind of like, it remind me of the Young Thug trial, where the prosecutor was reading the lyrics. That was hilarious. Somebody is dropping a ball not making a spoof out of that. Reading that shit. Fuck the judge. Fuck the DA. Fuck the cops. Fuck anybody who listening to this. The jury gonna be stupid, and we gonna get off. I was like, when she was reading that shit, I was like, oh my God, this is fucking horrible. Like, this should not have been allowed. Like, it kind of remind me of that, like, to hear black girls are stupid, black girls are dumb, and then they zoom into a black judge. That was kind of fucked up. Like, I would have asked for a change of venue, is what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That whole time I was just like, man, this sure does remind me of this Bleach episode when the
Oh wow. That's gonna go over a lot of people's heads.
That doesn't make sense, does it? Let me know what you think in the comments. So did Eminem get off lightly? In this day and age, yeah. If those tracks came out during the social media era, Eminem would be cancelled before you could say the word cancelled. He would be gone. After dropping Encore in late 2004, Eminem did disappear for a good 5 years before he came back with Relapse. A fact that Vlad TV's Sean Prez thinks might be linked to these tapes coming out and the fallout from them. But I'm not really too sure about that. It feels like a bit of a tenuous link. Obviously, I wasn't old enough and wasn't living in the US at the time or whatever. So if you were at that time, did people give a shit about these tapes? Did people react? Was there much of a fallout? Were newspapers going after M? Let me know in the comments, because it's hard to kind of judge now when you're just doing the research on the internet how much impact these tapes actually had on his career, if any. Because if you look back now, a lot of people might not even know about them. So it seems like they had
fucking tapes didn't have no impact.
I would say they probably, I think it's two things, because when Benzino was so against like Eminem, like people didn't really take Benzino serious because they didn't see him as a lyricist or rapper. Like he was, and he had backing with Source and them, so it was like people didn't take him serious. So it was kind of like you know just reaching for grapes or something. It's like I think if it had been more powerful person, in the hip hop community, then maybe it would have stood more around. But
I don't think it would have stick then. You know why? Because you gotta, like he said, he wasn't, we was there. He wasn't this guy here. You gotta remember, at the time he was warring with Ja Rule and them. He was already in the middle of a war siding with black people. Like, if it was for Eminem signing 50 Cent, 50 Cent even said I would have been dead. Nobody wanted to fuck with 50 Cent, right? Nobody wanted. I remember a time where they wouldn't even show 50 Cent face in the magazine. It was always blurred because Irv Gotti and them was like, putting it out there like, if you do business with this guy, you don't do business with us. And 50 Cent was a nobody. Eminem signed him and empowered him. You know what I'm saying? And he was already on the side of an underdog. Had he, put to you like this, had he not had 50 Cent, Busta Rhymes, and Dre on his side, he definitely would have been done. But it's hard to make a case of someone being racist while actively working for, with, and hiring black people.
I don't know if I agree with that 100%, but somebody else might have something to say.
What do you guys think?
I don't think he's racist. Pretty much for a lot of the same reasons you said. Like, his actions don't speak to racism. I think he probably started off kind of doing kind of like the same thing that like Joe Rogan got brought up for. Like he said the N-word a bunch of times and they made a recorded compilation of it. I think he was trying to he said he was angry, but more than likely he was trying to reach out to a certain audience to get himself started. You have to do something that gets you notoriety. And as you could hear, that wasn't like it wasn't very good. So it didn't work anyway. But I think that's what he was trying to do.
He did sound like he was angry at a woman.
Yeah, yeah. And actually when they said like when he said that, I was like, yeah, I could see like if you were a rapper and like some chick broke your heart, you'd be like, yeah, I'll never fuck with them again because
he went after white women when he got his heart broke by his baby mama.
Yeah. So I could see it.
I don't know. Did he go after white in general, or did he just go?
He always say fucked up shit about white women.
Or was it? Oh, because I'm thinking. I'm like, I remember him dissing his baby mama specifically.
No, he was. If I remember right, he was always going against like specific people. I don't think it was in general white women.
I heard him say a rhyme something about Hold on, let me look.
I remember he talked about Christina Aguilera. He talked about Britney Spears, but he named them like almost specifically. Christina Aguilera, he named. I think he implied Britney Spears, but I can't say.
No, I'm saying I heard him say something. What did he say about something about two white girls?
I remember two Trailer Park Girls.
No.
Around the outside.
Two Trailer Park Girls. Oh yeah. But I can't pinpoint him saying specifically, white women. I don't like I said, I think a lot of 99% of people are racist, but I don't think he's discriminatory.
I don't know. I think we all say stupid shit. I think, unfortunately for him, he said stupid shit, and there was a tape recorder going.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he recorded himself. So.
Well, I'm not saying.
No, I'm joking.
Secret spy.
Yeah, I was just being ridiculous. Just trying to be funny.
Eminem, you're a fucking racist.
It was.
Sexuality and violence, a society that had collapsed. What's going on here? In 1972, John B. Calhoun detailed the specifications of a utopia designed for mice, built in the laboratory. Every aspect of Universe 25, as this particular model was called, was designed to cater for the well-being of its rodent residents, increase their lifespan, and allow them to mate. There was abundant food, water, and nesting material. The universe was cleaned regularly. There were no predators, the temperature stable. Paradise. Or maybe not.
Oh, this is really interesting. I'm excited about this. I like where this is going already.
That's why I like this version of it. There's a bunch of different people talking about this, or used to be. This is probably an older video too. But the way he tells the story, it's actually more entertaining than
okay.
And it's short.
Of disease-free mice selected from the National Institute of Health's elite breeding colony moved in on day 1. It took months for the rodents to familiarize themselves with their new world. Then they started to reproduce, and the population increased exponentially, doubling every 55 days. Those were the good times in paradise. Past day 315, more than 600 mice now lived in Universe 25, rubbing shoulders on their way up and down the stairwells to eat, drink, and sleep, population growth slowed. Young ones found themselves born into a world with far more mice than meaningful social roles. Males faced a lot of competitors to defend their territory against. Many found that so stressful they gave up. Normal discourse within the community broke down, and with it, the ability of mice to form.
Now, keep in mind, everything outside of the amount of mice still is the same. So there's still abundant food, there's still plenty of space, there's still plenty of water. The only thing that changed was the amount of mice were allowed to just keep doubling and doubling and doubling, just naturally.
Yeah, as a snake keeper, I know where this is going. I used to breed rice and mice, but I'm curious because it may not go where I'm thinking.
Social bonds. Lone females retreated to isolated nesting boxes on penthouse levels. Other males, a group Calhoun termed the beautiful ones, never sought sex and never fought. They just ate, slept, and groomed, wrapped in narcissistic introspection.
These are mice.
Cannibalism, asexuality, and violence became endemic. Mouse society had collapsed. On day 560, the population peaked at 2,000.
It went on for 560 days?
Almost 2 years. So at day 320, so almost 1 year, everything was great and the population was at a stable level and everybody was happy. By 560, less than a year later, all of it, cannibalism, asexuality, the women didn't want shit to do with the men. There was a large group of men that was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just do me. Cannibalism, constant fights, the beautiful ones, dudes just interested in how they personally look.
And because I bred mice and rats for the snakes and other animals I got, I know exactly what they talk about with the beautiful ones.
I actually read the paper. The scientists actually called them the beautiful ones. I thought like one of the videos I saw said it and they just picked it up. No, he actually called them that because they spent all of their time grooming.
No, and now they actually, well, not these particular mice, but the mice that look like the quote unquote beautiful ones are now called fancy mice. And those are the ones that's more desirable as pets.
1,200 mice. A few mice survived past weaning until day 600, after which there were few pregnancies and no surviving young. As the population had stopped regenerating itself, its path to extinction was clear. The mice had lost the capacity to rebuild their numbers. Many that could still conceive, such as the beautiful ones and their secluded singleton female counterparts, had lost the social ability to do so. On day 920 was the last conception. The last mouse died on May 23, 1973, 4 years and 10 months after colonization. Calhoun later said that the creatures had died 2 deaths. The first was that of their spirit and their society. The second death was that of their physical body. It was not the first time the ethologist had built a world for rodents. Calhoun had been creating utopian environments for rats and mice since the 1940s, with consistent results. Overpopulation leads to explosive violence and hypersexual activity, followed by asexuality, self-destruction, and extinction.
Look at the fucking mouse right here biting the other one's tongue. Like it's getting ridiculous. All of these pictures are ridiculous right here.
That's pretty much the end of the experiment. And at the end, he basically is just saying like, this is called Universe 25 because this is the 25th of the experiments. They all end the same way or very similar ways where society just collapses for no reason other than there's a bunch of them. So what do you think of it? Do you think, well, I see a lot of parallels to human society.
I was just about to say, I think it's a warning. It's a cautionary tale.
Because I'm like, the things that happen, okay, so there's not a lot of cannibalism as far as eating each other, but there's a lot of financial cannibalism.
I was just yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and social cannibalism is rampant. The society we if you were to compare how we currently live, the standard of living in the Western country to the standard of living 200 years ago, this would essentially be utopia. Most people live really comfortably. Most people don't have to worry about shelter. Most people don't have to worry about food. Most people don't have to worry about water. Women are plentiful, men are plentiful. And what has happened to society? You have a lot of men who are just fucking off, like, I'm done. I'm not even interested. I don't care. I'm not going to say which part of this I sit into, but I would be one of these mice for sure. So you have a lot of the things in this mouse experiment mirrors our current society. And because we have a higher order of intelligence, it might manifest in slightly different ways, but it's slightly different. It's not even massively different.
No, and also to add to that, mice share 97% of our DNA. That's weird.
So are you ready for the dark twist that you probably didn't see coming?
You gonna tell me?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
All right. Are the governments then the good guys? So, from my point of view, yeah. So this whole time, I've been like, everything could be amazing. Ever since we came up with the technology to mechanize production, I was like, it makes no sense for people to work and struggle and suffer to have things. We could have all this shit automated. And then I resaw this recently, and I was like, if things were even better, would we be eating each other? Are they purposely feeding chaos to keep it from being too good? Because if it's too good, this shit happens. Societal collapse. Are they the good guys, Cobra? Are they the good guys all along?
That kind of remind me of you ever seen the movie Wanted?
Was that the one with the curving bullets?
Yeah.
I saw parts of it.
If you decide,
I couldn't get past the curving bullets. It was too much.
What was interesting about that is the father was trying to kill him through the whole movie. The main character, I forget his name. But you realize at the end, when dude finally kills his father, his father tell him, I wasn't trying to kill you. I was trying to save you from them. And then they replay all the scenes where he was having shootouts and shit with his son. He was shooting at the people who had his son. But the people who had the son was telling him, he's shooting at you.
Yeah.
He's trying to kill you because you're the last one left.
That's what fun. I love a good twist.
Yeah, I love twists like that. That's kind of like what the fuck this is.
But it could be.
That
it explains a lot.
People want to entertain this shit.
Oh, no. People will hate that. But it would explain a lot. It would explain why poverty has to exist. It would. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're benevolent.
Right.
Because if they were benevolent, they wouldn't be trying to profit off of it.
Right.
So they're not the good guys, but are they doing the right thing for society, which is their job? The job of the government is to keep society moving.
And you could ask another way. You could say, would it be even worse if they wasn't involved?
Would it be worse if they made everything perfect? That's the fuckery. Because in the utopia, they're eating each other. They're eating each other. We're not there yet.
I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people act like they got morals and shit like that. You got morals because there's consequences over your head. Left to your own devices, it's like
the Joker said that.
Huh?
The Joker said that. I don't know if it was in one of the live actions or in one of the animated series, but he actually said people, the masses are only as good as society allows them to be. Pushed to a certain extent, they'll eat each other. Something along those lines. It might have been The Killing Joke. The Killing Joke was amazing. If you haven't seen it.
Man.
Yeah, if you like dark stories, The Killing Joke is the
I saw The
darkest
Killing
Batman.
Joke.
Yeah.
Y'all already sold that to me years ago.
Yeah, that my favorite Batman story ever, Killing Joke. That was amazing.
They said, damn, was it Heath or the last guy? Joaquin Phoenix. One of them took from The Killing Joke.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. But yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, you'll never really know. But it's a hell of a plot
I mean,
twist.
that's probably why some of the most evilest fucking people that we encounter come from backgrounds where you're like, motherfucker, you had everything. Like, why are you so evil and angry?
Not too much.
So it's like you gotta purposely put them through something.
Well, if you go back a bit in the video, he explains that one of the reasons everything goes to shit is because there's no meaningful roles for the men to occupy. Because by occupying meaningful roles, the man gets to be a man, and the females have a man to want to be around. Even in the Mouse Kingdom. But if there's just plentiful everything, and there are no roles for you to fulfill, what is it? Idle hands are the devil's workshop or whatever that is.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. It's like, and that's kind of one of the problems, especially in certain communities. It's like when you get out of high school, there's not a lot of jobs because they don't put businesses in your areas.
Yeah.
You weren't
Or
taught.
your hands. As a teenager, it's not a lot of jobs out there.
Yeah. You weren't taught how to blend because in order to be hired in most places, you're gonna have to bend you don't have to bend the way you think and talk, right? If you want to be hired in corporate America, you have to act and talk and be like them, or you won't be hired. I mean, you don't have to like that. Those are the rules of the game. You want to be hired, you have to play the game. So if you don't know how to do that and you haven't been taught that, you don't have roles to fulfill. So without roles to fulfill, you just go crazy.
Idle hands is the devil playground.
Yeah. So I this is one of my I've looked at a lot of
I also
like different
heard Idle
experiments.
Minds. You heard that one before too? Idle Minds.
Yeah, I don't.
Which one is it?
I don't remember.
Because I've heard hands.
I think I've heard both.
Yeah.
It pretty much portrays the same idea.
Right.
Like if you're not putting your mind towards something constructive, your mind will run towards something destructive.
Right.
And if you're not actively pursuing something constructive, then you're gonna go do something destructive.
So I read Robert Ressler's book, who coined the phrase serial killer and things of that nature. And one thing that I picked up from him telling stories is if you're, how can I put this? So with dogs, I dealt with dogs a lot for a hobby in my past. The top 10 meanest dogs I ever seen in my life, when my customers used to be like, should I get the dog neutered? And I'd be like, well, I don't know. That's a case by case thing. And they like, well, the vet said, that I should. And you supposed to trust the vet doctor. They have the look of being angelic and clean. That's why they wear the white coats. You would think somebody who's dealing with all this blood and gore and all of this would wear all white, but I feel like that's what it symbolizes.
Probably.
So I'm like, in my experience, the top 10 meanest dogs I've ever seen, and I got a list out of thousands. 7 of them were fixed, and I always knew that. Even as a teenager, I knew that. I'm like, man, all the dogs, they come in fixed, they mean as hell. So I read Robert Ressler book, and he said something interesting. He said, if you notice, most serial killers have one thing in common: they're impotent. And he was like, in nature, you'll find that if you can't build making children, then you're destroyed. And I personally put that together with the dogs. Like, is that why they so mean? Because you took their purpose away. You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
And since they can't bring life, which is godlike, I'll take life, which is also godlike. And then I heard a rapper, a battle rapper, Loaded Lux. I put all these three things together. He said in a rhyme, a wise man once told him that a man knows at an early age, you're either here to build or to destroy. And that was just interesting to me. Like, damn, it started putting me in the psyche of a man who can't have children. And I'm not saying a man or woman who can't have children always think this way.
No, it makes a lot of sense what you're saying.
But it's interesting to think, like, if you can't build, if I can't build, then what can I do? Like, go ahead.
No, just like think about it like this too. It's not just building a legacy. Like, there's different ways to build. So maybe you want to build up your community, or maybe you want to build up your own life to be the life you want it to be. Or maybe you want to build up your family, or maybe you want to build up your legacy.
Mm-hmm.
If your feet are cut off from everything you try to build, all that's left is anger and resentment.
And
I get it. It makes sense.
What do most mass killers say? Who if it's not, if they don't have a political standpoint, they say, you know, they wanted to etch their mark in the world. They want their name to be remembered. You know what I'm saying? So you might not be able to make a legacy, but you can shoot somebody who has a legacy and be attached to that.
Yeah. You can have, that's still a legacy of a
Yeah.
sort.
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of crazy, man. That's scary as hell. That's scary as hell. So keep these idiots busy is what I get from that.
Well, give people a reason to live a good life, and they'll probably live a good life. If you leave people with no purpose and nothing to build towards, you probably get school shootings and all types of other horrible shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're not too far from cannibalism, guys. Let's try to dial that back a bit. Let's try to dial that back a bit.
That
A
ain't even.
PlayStation 5 ain't $3,000, motherfucker.
Maybe they got something new, because the last time it's been a few months since I last heard about this one, and I was like, the shit that they wanted you to do with this is not worth $3,000, but it's Apple, so there you go. You paying for Apple.
This is easily one of Apple's craziest, most radical, possibly dystopian products of all time, and I have a lot of thoughts here. Like, I've been using it for about a week now. There are some parts of this thing that are absolutely incredible, and some other parts that feel weird or borderline unfinished. There are all kinds of new technologies.
So looking at it, it's adorable from right here. It looks cute.
That's kind of cool.
It's cool, but I'll let you finish.
From a new operating system to infrared eye tracking to virtually reconstructed versions of you. I feel like there are so many actually new things that you have to understand in order to get a sense of what this headset actually is and what it does. So I'm going to break this down into two parts. This video is all about using the Vision Pro. It's everything I've learned from the past week of wearing and getting used to this thing every single day. But I'm also working on a more...
If I heard his voice audio, and then actually found his video, I'd be like, he does not look how he sound.
Oh.
And I don't mean that in a racial way. Like,
Five.
look at Five. It's killing him. Come on, Five. What you got to say?
Was this 2 nights in a row of your racism?
Wide-ranging, possibly more existential review video. But let's just start with the more hardware fundamentals, right? Like, what is this thing that I'm holding? Literally. Apple Vision Pro, at its core, well, it is a VR headset. Now, Apple would never say that, and they probably won't like that I'm saying that word. You know, I made an entire video about why they refuse to use those words, and they're calling it spatial computing instead. We'll get there. But the truth is, it's a really high-end virtual reality headset. It's something we've seen before, right? It's got displays and lenses and speakers and fans and buttons, and this is a form factor. This is a thing that we have seen before. But before I even turn this thing on, there are clearly several things that are a little different about this one. So first of all, it's made of metal. Lots of metal and glass here, which are high quality but heavy materials, relatively speaking. So there's this precisely machined aluminum frame around the outside. And yes, those are intakes for fans at the bottom and then vents for those fans at the top. On the right side, there's your digital crown that can be pressed in or turned. And then on the other side is just a single larger button. So kind of basically the same 2 buttons as an Apple Watch. And then when you get a little further back on this band here, these little pods with downward facing grills, these are speakers, which are pointed straight at your ears and work surprisingly well. Though, of course, it also means that people around you can hear a little bit of what you're hearing. There's a little bit of bleed. And I have a lot to say about spatial audio, so stay tuned for that. But the main event is that
that thing, it looks really good. I don't know if it's $3,000 good, but it looks very well machined and put together.
I mean,
the front.
It's Apple. I think it's gonna sell because a lot of people just want Apple. It's like the iPhone and the Apple Watch. Like it'll do what it's supposed to do. It'll do the necessities of what it should do, and then they're gonna overprice it because it's Apple.
Yeah.
So
but I'm just saying. I just wanted to stop the video and say I must admit it looks really good.
I think people are gonna be stunting. A lot of people are gonna get it to stun anyway.
They're not gonna be really using it. They'll use it a month, 2 maybe, and put it away.
There is an enormous piece of glass, which, yes, is very easy to fingerprint and smudge. And then behind that thing, there's this outward-facing OLED display and a bunch of sensors all the way around, outside-facing sensors that go forward, sideways, and straight down. And there's depth sensors, infrared illuminators, LiDAR scanners, and just regular old RGB cameras, all being processed by an M2 chip and an R1 chip inside this thing. And then maybe the craziest part, inside the headset, there are a bunch more sensors facing your eyes, tracking your eyes in real time for all the eye control and everything that comes with that, and also then to display a representation of your eyes on the outside of the headset. Kinda, we'll get there. But overall, when you put it all together, you get a very well-made, very high-end, but also pretty heavy computer to wear on your face. So officially, this headset with this solo knit band, when I weighed it, showed up as 638 grams, which some of you on Twitter have already pointed out is actually slightly less than the plastic Meta Quest Pro. But that Quest Pro also has a lot of battery on the back of your head as a sort of a counterbalance. So the weight distribution is very different. Also, the Quest Pro is not that comfortable anyway. But the point is, this, for Apple, made the choice of taking the battery off of the headset, which means, okay, now there's nothing on the back of your head, so you can wear it and lean up against things, and that might be an upside, but that also now means you have to deal with this cable all the time running up to your head, and the fact that it's very front-weighted now. All of the weight is on the front of your face. So this is the battery, as you saw in the unboxing. If you haven't already seen the unboxing, that just went up. I'll link it below the like button. But this battery is a surprisingly small 3,366 milliamp hours. I say surprisingly small because a normal battery bank of this size you might expect to be 10, 15, 20,000 milliamp hours. I suspect there's a lot of heat insulation happening here, but it comes with a non-removable 4-foot cable and a proprietary connector at the end of the cable that will twist and lock to the headset. And so the lock is really solid. It makes sense that it's not just straight USB that could get disconnected easily. Once you connect it, it starts glowing and then it starts booting up, and there's even a little Apple logo that displays on the outside screen while it takes a little under a minute to turn on. So there is no on or off button or switch anywhere on this headset, maybe kind of like AirPods Max or something like that. So if you ever take the headset off and put it down, it will enter a standby mode after some time, but it won't turn off. If you want to turn it off, you literally have to twist and unplug the cable. That's the only way to actually turn the headset off. Now, famously already, the focus modes and screen recording and pairing to a Mac. But the other big quirk is text input. So you might be wondering, how does text input work with no physical controllers? So there's basically...
Anybody here want this shit?
I'm gonna tell you right now, for me, no. 100% no.
Damn.
For what I saw initially and what they were, I guess what they're promoting it as, it's like, to me, it's not worth it. It doesn't come with any hand tracking, so no hand device. It's not really made for gaming or anything. So it's really just an extension VR screen that you can plug into your MacBook or your Mac computers or desktops, and you have a virtual display. Whatever you want to display on your MacBook, you can display on your virtual headset. And I'm like, for $3,000, that's a little steep to me. But I do think it's gonna sell. Like I said, I think they're gonna stunt. People are gonna stunt. It's gonna be like the new biggest thing. It's like an Apple Watch, and people are gonna be stunting with it. So I do think it's gonna sell, but it's just not worth it, in my opinion.
I think Carrotus want it.
Oh.
They can keep their Mac and trash crap. Yeah.
It shows a little bit of your eyes poking through the purple and blue glow. It's, as you can see, it's all working, but also I think it looks nothing like the eyes from the ad. So in an effort to make the eyes as presentable as possible, two things. First of all, this screen is actually behind a lenticular film, which I didn't even realize that from the initial media they've published. But if you've ever heard of that, it's sort of what gives it like this 3D depth. You might have seen this on other like...
This is a whole bunch of techie ass shit. Damn. Let's go to Slip Thug using this shit. Maybe he'll give us.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. I'm gonna be everywhere with them hoes. How you tighten it up over here? Yeah, I'm at the gym.
You're not gonna be at the gym.
Not with that.
Why do you feel that way?
What is he
Man,
doing?
when I say this shit is so fucking crazy, man. This shit's so player. I can't believe this shit. This shit crazy, man. I got OnlyFans on right now. This bitch like 6 foot. I can see this whole pimples. This shit is I'm not gonna get my lotion. You know how you used to take a panoramic pic and it just be a straight pic? Now this motherfucker, like you can see the whole shit around you. It's that big of a picture right there. Up, down, all this.
I said it's people gonna stunt. I think Apple is making a product that they can sell because people are gonna stunt with it. But is it an actual better device than any of the other VR headsets? Like, it's not really doing anything. And actually, in my opinion, doing less. It's just, hey, it's an Apple product. It's only going to work with Apple products. And if you want to be into the class of elites, you get Apple products.
Yeah, I don't know. $3,000, maybe for $1,000, I'd have checked it out.
Little rich
I
for my
wouldn't even
blood.
pay $3,000. I wouldn't pay $1,000 for it.
I got like $350.
Yeah.
I bet you it sells. I bet.
Oh, I think it will.
Yeah, people are gonna stunt with it.
Fuck that.
Mental health. We get more details from senior business and tech correspondent Jolene Kent.
Social media is very daunting. It's very overwhelming.
Monica Morong has 4 daughters, including 2 teens. She calls social media an addictive magnet for her kids.
What happened?
I'm just saying, I can see some of the haters in the comments. They put a brother in there. He got his mixed kids.
Oh shit! And they got the family picture up there.
Was he a passport bro, or is he not a passport bro? She's American, so I guess he's not a passport bro.
No, he's a bunny hopper. Is what they be.
Ah, yes, bunny hopper. Yeah.
Including
dare
2
he find
teens.
love
She
and
calls
happiness.
social media an addictive magnet for her kids.
I thought there'd be more ethics and more standards, and that our kids wouldn't be viewed as like a profit-making object.
In the U.S., more than half of teens spend at least 4 hours a day on social media, which can lead to depression, eating disorders, and suicidal thoughts.
We must protect our children online, and we will not back down.
Today's federal lawsuit by state attorneys general claims Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, knowingly designed and deployed features to keep young users online longer, like infinite scroll, push notifications, and the use of the like button. The complaint also says the tech giant violated the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act by routinely collecting data on children under the age of 13 without permission. California Attorney General Rob Bonta.
You're saying that this is a strategy. For what reason?
More eyeballs, more advertising money, more profit. They'll have to tell you why they do it.
Shit, I think when you say TikTok was a bigger proponent of that than Facebook.
This was actually one of my topics,
Mm-hmm.
and the reason I chose it was exactly that. I was like, why are they actually going after Facebook or Meta? Like, Meta has Facebook and Instagram. What about Snapchat? What about literally every other platform? What about video games? Phone games are purposely actively made addictive. Video games are purposely actively made addictive. The news itself is doom porn to keep people watching. Like, all of this stuff is social engineering. So why are you suing Meta? Like, they're playing the game the same way everybody else is.
Right. Makes you think what he did to somebody.
Like, I'm just, it feels like there's some underlying reason they're after him.
That's what I'm saying. He may have offended somebody, and they like, yeah, we're gonna do a fucking hit piece on your company or something, you know?
I mean, they'll probably actually sue him and win and get a bunch of money, but I'm like, I don't see how they're doing anything different than literally every other company in the social media space. YouTube ads. I mean, YouTube shorts. Same thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's
More
all
and more
purposely designed for the same purpose.
More and more they treating us like we don't have our own mind. You know what I mean? They're trying to think ahead for us. Like, oh, you might entice this person with this. And they did the same thing with vapes, right, Mr. Fife? They started taking the fruit off the box and making the box colorful and fun looking, like, oh, you're attracting kids. Like, bruh, if that's all it takes to get your kids attracted to something, you need to think about your fucking parenting.
One quick question, but isn't Facebook, is it more, it's like, doesn't it capture more like personal data than the other ones you listed, like YouTube and Snapchat? Doesn't appear to me that it captures as much like personal information as Facebook.
Everybody done had leaks. Everybody, PlayStation, Facebook, YouTube.
They're all actually actively taking all your data and selling it. All of them.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
more with Facebook.
Facebook takes more of your personal information. Like, to make an account and create an account, Facebook actually looks for your actual personal information for even just creating an account. Whereas,
so let me say this: whether that's true or not, here's the reality. A lot of young people are not on Facebook anymore. They're on Twitter.
True, but Instagram though,
they ain't even on there that much. They are Twitter, Snapchat, TikTok. TikTok is number one.
Man, I'm on Snapchat every day.
I was about to say Snapchat after that.
And then they try to ban TikTok already?
Like literally, when a young person want to make fun of an old person or older person for the information they got, they'll be like, "Where'd you hear that from? Facebook?" That's to let you know that only old people or older people are on Facebook. So I don't even, you know what this sounds like to me? That it has really like a feeling of somebody with power has been offended by Mark Zuckerberg. Like they on him, or they may have another app in the tuck that they want to put out, and they got to take him out first. Like it's got that shit written all over.
You
Because
know,
how was he the biggest enemy, public enemy #1 out of all of this shit?
you know what we should be doing then? Let's hope that they cancel Facebook, and we as Metaphor should own MySpace and
Bring back MySpace.
Bring
They
it back
did
to its
Tom
power.
wrong. They did Tom wrong, man. They fucked him up. They fucked him up.
We can't be MySpace for. We gotta be Metaphor.
Well, first of all, we was Metaphor before they changed their shit to Meta. Let's get
That's
that
true.
straight.
That's correct. Yeah.
So don't come at us, Mark. Straight up.
Goddamn Marky Mark.
Yeah. And don't bring your funky bunch neither. But yeah, Tom, man, he was fucking with us, bro. And we fucked him up. We left him behind for.
Have you guys watched that Facebook movie?
The one with Ashton Kutcher?
I don't know who the hell's remember who's in it, but it's about like Mark Zuckerberg. That shit. If he's
Bill
like
Gates,
that,
man.
nah. There's one about Mark
I'm talking
Zuckerberg.
Sabian said with
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If he's like that in real life, he's probably a freak.
Maybe it's racist. He like, well, that's white people look all the same. Like,
hey man, I didn't say that.
he like, you be the one with Tom Hanks, like, motherfucker, that's Forrest Gump. Like, what the fuck?
I'm done with your racism, all right, Sabius?
Yeah, man.
Talking shit about me and my nothing really, but still.
You know, he's got that 70s show background, and that's why you brought up Ashton Kutcher, man.
I am an equal opportunity.
You don't even know what the fuck you are.
I was
Like, shut the fuck up.
I was gonna say equal opportunity racist. If that's I just hate everybody. I hate
the guy
everybody.
on the
How about
screen
that?
not even sure if you're racist or not. Look at his face.
I don't know.
And to be fair, Cobra, that 70s show is from Wisconsin.
It is.
Or it is based in Wisconsin.
It is.
I love Wisconsin.
Yep. Wisconsin.
We just know they do it, and then we are taking action to prevent them from doing it any longer.
In a statement, Meta said it was disappointed that instead of working productively with companies, the attorneys general have chosen this path. The company also says it introduced 30 tools to support teens and parents. But Morong says it's not enough.
If Meta was a parent,
30 tools is not enough? That's
what I'm saying.
See, now we getting close to state's attorney. They trying to look like hot shots. They tired of watching other state's attorney take on Trump and fucking El Chapo and Young Thug and YSL. They like, I want in on the fun. Let's fucking go with Meta. Let's go with a giant that's gonna get our name in the front pages of the news.
be reporting them to Child Protective Services.
Jolene Kent joins me now for more from San Francisco. Jolene, remind us how all of this started.
This started with an investigation that went nationwide a couple of years ago, initiated by the California Attorney General. And that investigation is now concluded. And today, the Attorney General, Rob Bonta, told me in an interview that this is all about what they were able to find, what Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, are doing when it comes to trying to create addiction for teens and children, taking information that does not belong to them and violating the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act and things of that nature. That is why these 33 attorneys general have come together. They're taking the evidence and they've filed this federal complaint that we're talking about, in addition to other states' attorneys general filing about 8 other lawsuits in a very similar vein in state court. Now, this action here, of course, will take a long time to wind its way through the courts, but this really began 2 years ago and even prior, as Facebook was under the microscope for the scandal of Cambridge Analytica, and of course, the whistleblower, Frances Hogan.
And quickly, what happens now?
I don't know if I like the government trying to take control of anything like that, because now what you gonna do with the power once you quote unquote take control? and tell him what he can and can't do with his company.
Remember, they're the good guys now.
Oh yeah, yeah. Wait,
remember they're the good guys
if
now.
you
I'm
don't
just
know what
saying.
we're talking
I'm
about,
just
wait till
saying.
we put out that episode with them.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
All I'm gonna say is we wouldn't have this issue with the government if, in a free Republic of Texas.
I knew that. I knew he was going back to when he said
All
that.
I'm gonna say is people should not be afraid of the government. The government should be afraid of the people.
Something other stuff. No.
This shit here, it
I'm thirsty.
it don't feel genuine. Is what I'm trying to say.
Ain't nothing's genuine anymore. It seems like.
I mean, I went in with this carry this topic with a different, I guess, premise. I was thinking they were talking more about like, kids doing things on the social media on Meta and Instagram, and people, adults or whatever, tricking kids into getting information or something. Not, but as it went on, that's what I was kind of, I guess, alluding to a little bit. Because I think like Meta, just like creating an account and everything, it gets more of your personal information.
Well, you got to put your ID up. At least I had to put my ID up.
I didn't.
Well,
you can only have one Facebook account, and it's supposed to be for you. I'm just going to put that out there, according to the rules. I don't recommend anybody making fake Facebook accounts for people who don't exist.
Yeah.
But I have, and you shouldn't do it. But I have, and it's easy. It's not a person that exists or will ever exist, and it's not hard. You just put in fake information, and you get an account.
Why do both of them look like they taking a shit?
Kind of.
Apparently,
squinting.
TikTok is the biggest data harvester, collecting more than any other social media app.
But TikTok is the one they tried to ban like last year, though, right? In the U.S.
And they got
no. Only we're banned in the U.S.
Oh, did you? I mean, with that ID verification thing, there's some places where you gotta ID verify to go on Pornhub.
I've never used my ID to do anything.
To go on Pornhub?
Yes, on Pornhub.
I used my ID before for Pornhub.
Well, you can get your Apple Vision Pro and look up all the Pornhub you want to, just like Slim Thug.
All of this is nonsense. Like if your kids aren't raised to avoid those type of things, or even if you did raise them, they're gonna see it because it's there. Like I would be fucking useless if I was like 12 and had access to all the shit these kids do. I would have found ways around everything.
Yeah.
Like you need an ID, take my dad's ID while he's not paying attention, scan that shit in, put it back. Either way, like you're not stopping that.
You can't promote that, Curtis. You might be convincing some kid to actually go ahead and do that. No, kids should not be taking their dad's IDs.
Yeah, don't do the things that I just said. That is bad, wrong. Cut that part out. But all I'm saying is a clever kid is not going to be a clever person. Period isn't going to be stopped from doing what they want to do. Like
a curious one.
You guys remember we had calculators. Like this is just dating us a little bit.
A Texas instrument, by the way.
But we would write 80085 and then show it around to people because it looked like it said boobs. Now imagine if you had your phone and it could actually be boobs. Like come on, I would be useless. You absolutely useless. I'm just
that's a
saying.
good point. Yeah. And 304 is how.
All I'm saying is kids, Penn Island. All I'm saying is kids are gonna do what kids are gonna do. And you can put in
at 15?
Penn 15.
Okay.
Kids are gonna do what kids do.
You can find him at Caritas.
No.
AOL.
I'm just saying, like, you can put
they want you to be
want.
responsible for their kids. Like,
no,
let's just say
parents
a kid
are supposed to be responsible for their kids.
a kid heard. Let's say a kid heard what he said. Like, bro,
10,
you
15. Let's type this in. Woohoo! Oh, I wish I had the Ric Flair sound
bro.
again.
Woo!
But Uncle Carrot has told me to.
Shut the fuck up.
They better not call me Uncle Carrot. That sounds
Uncle
super
Carrot, this is
ominous.
crazy.
That's super ominous. keep the words out of your mouth. No, but I'm just saying, like, this whole line of, like, it's like they got to a certain age and they forgot how kids are way smarter than us. They're still learning and
I don't think
developing.
it's
They're
about
gonna
the
jump past
kids.
everything. It's not.
I don't think it's about the kids at all. I think it's about. I think that dude who's prosecuting this is having a pissing contest. I think it's all about his vanity and wanting to, David and a Goliath type of story out of this. Like,
I'm just saying they would have to dismantle all of social media. If their problem is actually addictive platform, then they would have to dismantle all of social media
why do I
and
have to
all
be
video
responsible for
games.
your fucking kids? That's what I don't get.
The problem with that argument is they already took away all. Nobody stood up and fought for that stuff when they gutted your rights on YouTube. Like, I should be able to curse on YouTube. I should be able to do it. If I have an 18 plus thing on YouTube, then your kid shouldn't be on that page. And I should be able to do and say whatever I want.
What I don't understand about YouTube policy, they do that because of the kids. That's what they say. But it's really about the advertising. And what you're advertising, kids can't buy. So I'm confused by that. Like, you selling you got beer advertisements, cars,
Manscaped,
all kind of shit. Like, bro, like, this is, I'm your biggest consumer. I'm able to pay for all of this shit y'all advertising. So why are you catering to children? I don't get that. Why don't you just make a kids YouTube, not a kids YouTube option, a fucking whole platform? That way we can be adults right here.
The problem would be that that some weird mother trucker is going to be doing some Club Penguin activities on kids' YouTube.
YouTube, yeah. Hey, man, that ain't my responsibility. I want to be an adult. That's up to you to think about, how you.
I just think the punishment just needs to be higher. If you want to stop that, the punishment needs to be much more severe.
Right.
Yeah.
People respond to negative stimuli. It works. So if you really wanted to stop pedophilia, you could do it. You just have to. If you wanted to stop speeding, make the punishment so bad nobody wants to do it, and nobody would do it. That's it. But they don't want to stop it because they need it. I mean, because they're the good guys. They can't stop it. They can't stop it. Tell you,
Can't
Cobra.
stop. Won't stop.
Won't stop. No, we all know
Bad
you
boy
can't
for
stop
life.
and won't stop. That's fucked up. All right.